Dr. John B. Gordon III here, proud Division Superintendent of Suffolk Public Schools. Ladies and gentlemen, school community, I wanted to take some time to give you a brief update on our upcoming changes to our cell phone policy. Starting January 6, 2025, when we all return from winter break, folks, we're gonna have bell-to-bell cell phone free education. What this means is students, as soon as you walk through the metal detectors, as soon as you walk through the doors, we're gonna ask you to turn your cell phones off and away. You can put them in your book bag, you can put them in your locker. We're just gonna trust our students to make sure they make the right choice and put their cell phones away. Now parents, I do wanna make it clear that we know that some of our students do need to use their cell phones for specific things such as medical reasons. We have forms that you will have to fill out that will also include getting some feedback and a signature from the physician that we will store that will allow the teacher to know that this student has special permission to be able to use their cell phones. Parents, we also know based on feedback that we've received from you, as well as some of our students, including our Superintendent Advisory Committee, that you also want to be able to communicate with your student. If there are times that you do need to contact the main office, please give them a call. Explain what the situation is. We will try to do what we can to get the message to your student as quickly as possible. And if there is a language barrier, we do have support available with things such as Language Line and other support from our translation services. Now, for our teachers, we also know that sometimes your cell phone is to be used in the classroom for specific things such as Class Dojo to award those points, for specific things such as taking pictures to capture the great active engagement and high quality instruction going on in the classroom. However, we also want to make sure that our teachers are modeling this expectation for our students. So this means that we can't have the AirPods in the ear. This means that we really don't want to have our cell phones out during instructional time. Our teachers' modeling is going to be key here. And folks, this means when we're talking about cell phones, we're talking about smart devices such as smart watches, such as smart glasses, things of that nature. It's all found in this policy and regulations that can be found on our SBS K-12 website. Folks, this goes into effect on January 6, 2025. Let's make sure that we do all the things that we can to include what's going to be necessary to make this policy effective. And as I said, we know that sometimes when our kids make some poor choices, the discipline has to be there. But we want to be proactive in our discipline. We're going to have a conference with our student first. We're going to have communication with our parents before we have to take additional measures to redirect that behavior. January 6, 2025 is when the Suffolk Public Schools cell phone adjustments, cell phone ban goes into effect. I am trusting you to be ready and to make the right choice.
Woo! AdaptedMind Math! Come explore the site with me. I'm in first grade, so I'll pick that. Neato! A fun fishing adventure! Fish until you find the sunken...
Welcome to Lakeland High School's Center for Performing and Production Arts, where dreams become reality and creativity knows no bounds. At SIPA, we offer specialized programs in music, theater, music production, and guitar, providing students with a comprehensive arts education. From mastering the guitar to music production, our students receive top-notch instruction from experienced professionals.
We know that oftentimes we have students that for whatever reason are not able to go to traditional magnet style programs. So we want to keep them in a specialty program here in Suffolk so that they also get to have the traditional high school student experience.
For SIPA, you are actually just like a normal Lakeland student. So they don't go anywhere. We're all right here at Lakeland. So they would take the normal set of classes, except their electives are more focused on the arts. So you'd take all the standard math, English, science, history stuff, and then also take the classes here on campus.
So I think it's just great to have a specific class that's like for what you're working on and pushing you to be better in that skill, you know? Like usually I go home and I practice, or I have to find somewhere else to be like, in this class, I can do these things in this class. So I think that's very great, and I just appreciate it so much.
Students gain hands-on acting, directing, and stage management, preparing them for a variety of roles in the theater industry.
For more information about the Performing and Production Arts at Lakeland or any of Suffolk Public Schools K-12 Fine and Performing Arts programs, please call
own the license to WHRO. We are the only media company in the entire country owned by collaboration of K-12 school divisions. There's 21 divisions that own WHRO. We get together regularly with the superintendents, with school board representatives, and we provide you a whole host of services. We provide you this impact statement that I believe you all have each year, and then I come out every other year. But rather than listening to me go on and on today, we've prepared a video, much to thanks to the suggestions of the superintendents. I've got a video that we can play for you that summarizes our services.
WHRO stands out as the nation's sole public media station owned by a collaboration of 21 school divisions. This distinctive ownership model places education at the heart of our mission, influencing every aspect of our work. Our team of educators is committed to offering students, teachers, and families innovative, free, high-quality programs and services. One key service that WHRO offers is eMedia VA, Virginia's leading digital content repository. With nearly 100,000 free, top-quality instructional resources, eMedia VA provides educators and students with videos, interactive tools, games, lesson plans, images, and more. This platform is designed to enhance personalized learning and make classroom experiences more engaging. For our youngest learners, WHRO offers exciting educational activities to spark their imagination. Our 3 education vans visit elementary schools with programs tailored to Virginia's standards of learning, covering literacy, numeracy, scientific investigation, and technology. We also support parents and caregivers, ensuring children are prepared for kindergarten and set up for success in their early school years. For secondary educators, WHRO provides a catalog of 27 award-winning, customizable online courses and digital resources. These media-rich, SOL-aligned courses are designed to integrate seamlessly with various learning management systems. They offer flexibility for face-to-face, flipped, blended, and fully online teaching environments, enriching lessons with engaging content. At WHRO, we celebrate student achievements through competitions that showcase their talents. The Great Computer Challenge, for example, gathers school teams from across the region at Old Dominion University to tackle real-world technology problems. Another highlight is our regional spelling bee, where middle school champions compete at WHRO's studio for a chance to advance to the Scripps National Spelling Bee. The local competition is recorded and aired on WHRO each April. Elementary students also have an opportunity to shine through our PBS Kids Writers Contest. This competition invites young writers to craft and illustrate their original stories, fostering creativity and critical thinking. Our Student Advisory Board reflects our commitment to student engagement. This group of high school students offers feedback on WHRO's content and has opportunities to create their own, influencing our online courses and eMedia VA resources. We're equally devoted to supporting educators through our professional development programs. Our workshops and training sessions provide teachers with cutting-edge strategies and tools, empowering them to inspire and guide their students effectively. Visit WHRO's education webpage to learn more about how these amazing free materials, programs, and resources can benefit you. At WHRO Public Media, we're proud to partner with our local school divisions and the Virginia Department of Education to shape the future of education one student at a time.
One of the reasons we provided this video per the request of the superintendents is you now have the link to this the superintendent's office has, and you can share this link with your teachers. It's a great way to let the teachers know of all the services, because occasionally we hear that teachers aren't aware of what we're offering, and of course they're the end users. So that link is available. You can share it with your teachers or however you'd like to share it within the division. As school board members, you care about the bottom line. You invest in WHRO each year about $3.50 per student. Page 13 of the impact statement summarizes the financials Last school year, you invested about $50,000 and received value and savings of $463,000. That's a 9-to-1 return on investment. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there any board members that have any questions or comments? Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question, and it's probably in here if you can direct me. What is like the percentage of our use with your organization, you know, our students and our staff?
Well, this report is customized to the division, so within each service we offer, it'll give in, I think it's like in light blue type, you'll see the specifics for the division in any of the different services we offer. The only details we don't have, we've got about 30 courses we have made for you, online courses, because all we do is make those courses and give them to the division. We don't have those statistics. That would have to come from the division itself. But all the other services, any stats that we have would be specifically in this report.
Okay.
But we're always trying to increase usage, and again, this video is for that very purpose of getting the word to teachers so they're aware of all these services.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much for your time,
Thanks
for
so much.
making the drive out here to visit with us.
Thanks for putting us so early on the agenda. I appreciate it. Thank you. Take care.
Next on the agenda, we have a presentation awarding some of our young writers in our city, and so Dr. Gordon's going to lead the way with that as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Miss Sierra Chavis from United Way of Southampton Roads. Happy Founders Day, Miss Chavis.
Thank you.
She has 3 of our outstanding students that are actually participated in our Young Ink Writing Challenge. We are always so grateful for our partnership, and I'm sure that Ms. Chavis will be able to share more. Ms. Chavis?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gordon and school board members. I really appreciate the opportunity. I'm not going to make this about me because I want to actually highlight these amazing writers that we're going to present to them, to you all today, to them. So I have a small presentation just to kind of discuss what this challenge was all about, and these amazing writers that I have standing before me who took that challenge, and these are our winners from that. So the purpose of the Young Ink Challenge was to inspire and empower and celebrate the voices of young writers by providing them with opportunities to develop their craft, share their stories, connect with a supportive writing community. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. So there were several different categories. So there was a creative writing, short stories, personal essays, poetry, fiction, nonfiction. And so we go to the next slide. I'll show you what they chose to. Thank you so much. So the winners, our first one is Alina. She's a 9th grader from Kings Fork High School, and her category was a poem, and her title of her poem was called Moving On. So that is our first one. So Alina, if you can step forward, and I have your certificate for you. I had these in order, and I messed up. Last one, right here. This one's it. Here you go. All right, so thank you so much, Alina. Alina's poem was really moved. I was really moved by it, and so was our judges. So we had like 4 different judges that had eyes on each one of the categories, and I do want to share her poem with her permission because she is the author with you all. So I will email that to Dr. Gordon with her permission to be able to share that. But it was a powerful poem. So thank you so much, Alina, for contributing to the Young Ink Challenge. The next one is, thank you. Yep, round of applause for that. The next one was Daviana Simmons. Her poem was called The Visit. She's an 11th grader from Kings Fork High School as well. Her category was creative writing and a fictional short story. And I wanted more of that story. It was too short. So I hope that she continues her writing and definitely expand on it because it was really a good story. It had me kind of waiting to see what was going to happen next. So thank you so much. And I have your certificate as well. Thank you so much. And then the last one that we had was David. And David is a 12th grader from Nazarene River High School. His category was also a poem. And I was really moved by his story and his vulnerability in his poem. So really just thank you so much, David, because I could feel what you were writing every step of the way. So again, this is also for you. Round of applause. So that's it. We just thank you so much for the opportunity. In addition to them getting a certificate, we're gifting them with some gift cards as well, and some other little swag in their bags, so to continue to pursue your writing. So thank you so much, Dr. Gordon, and the school board members for hearing us today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chavis. And before you three go anywhere, because I'm sure many of our, if not all of our board members will have something to say, Ms. Howell and I are going to come down because we also have some special things for you.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you.
Are there any board members that want to offer them congratulations or comments before they leave?
Madam Chair? Thank you. I would just like to say congratulations to your leader for being an example herself, and thank you for the students for, stepping out and doing what you are doing, and do not stop here in high school or elementary school, middle school. I want you to continue to do and soar and just explore anything that comes to your mind that, shows your greatness, because you are great. And thank you so much.
One final congratulations. The final item on the agenda for our work session is a discussion regarding the efficacy of the school board citizen advisory committees and possibly a temporary school board committee to review necessary changes. Just to launch this discussion, I believe there's been discussion over the past few months with some of our advisory committee members about suggestions they had and challenges that they have faced. And then particularly in the December meeting, questions arose about maybe the cap on the number of people that can participate in these committees. And if particularly CAC committee, it is also a national organization, and making sure that we're in compliance locally and allowing them to remain in compliance with the bylaws of the national organization. So at this time, I would just open the floor for board members who have comments, questions, suggestions about communication you've had with committee members.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with what was presented in December via the SEAC chair. the challenges that she put forth. I have been in meetings and I have watched, and she definitely brought forth a lot of good data and information about those challenges. But I also know that that committee is not the only committee that's struggling. I had the opportunity to be at the Safety Audit Committee meeting last night, and I have been in contact with my board representative and the board chair over the last year or two, and their struggle has been that board members' appointees are not showing up. At this point, the Safety Audit Committee consistently has 2 appointees that come, and that would be the chair and the vice chair, John Rankin and Travis McKinney. And their plea to the board is to ask each board member to hold their appointees accountable for showing up, because if the citizens want to be viable, if they want to have input and be able to be effective in helping Suffolk Public Schools in these areas, they have to show up. They have to be there. They have to be active. When they're appointed, they are appointed for a year, and they have to commit to that. Now, life happens, and we all understand that. We know that people get sick and things happen in families, but to the best of your ability, once you've been appointed to one of these committees, you need to show up. You need to participate. And so I would also, Madam Chair, like to recommend that as we are looking at putting together this temporary board committee, that in that process we invite the chairs and the vice chairs of these citizen committees to come to the table and bring their concerns, bring their challenges to the table, because many of these committees want to grow. And I can speak directly about the SEAC committee because we want as many families as possible with special needs students to be part of this organization. Not just show up for the meetings, but be there as a member, because there are a lot of things that this committee does and votes on that is important. And the more participants that we have, the more families that are engaged in that process, the more feedback SEAC can have, to give us as a board to help us make decisions. These are citizen-run committees. That means the citizens need to be the ones there, sitting on these committees, bringing information from the communities to these committees so that these committees can make good recommendations to the board. So I would like to see both the chairs and the vice chairs of our citizen committees be incorporated into this temporary committee we put together so that we can work closely with them and help them thrive. Thank you.
Before I open the floor for anyone else, I have a question piggybacking off of that. So in regard to the Safety Audit Committee, when you say there are only 2 members regularly attending, you're speaking specifically to the citizen members, correct? Because I know we have staff on that committee. Right. Typically, the sheriff's office is represented.
I am only speaking about the citizens. I can't speak for who the staff are. I don't know who the staff are. I just know that when I go to the meetings, I'm looking specifically for the appointees, the people that we as board members have appointed. I have the list of names, and I'm looking for these people to be at these meetings. So as of last night and 2 other meetings prior with the Safety Audit Committee, we regularly only have 2 appointees, citizen appointees that are showing up.
Okay. Anyone else have any input, questions, suggestions?
Yes. Madam Chair, I do apologize for my delay, but I've been watching virtually. It's difficult getting through traffic coming from work. But I will like to say the issue that I'm having is reporting from the committees, receiving concerns such as Board Member Brittingham has expressed. If that's the case, you can't hold people accountable for things you don't know. So it's a gap in communication. Some of the comments that I have received from committee members is that they don't have the latitude to work as they need to. Especially the Safety Audit Committee as well as the SEAC Committee. You heard some of the concerns that were expressed at the last meeting, so this is not Tyron's spin, but this is what the committees have said publicly. So before any narrative grow legs. This is what we're having. When we were talking about these committees, we were discussing at what rate do they report back to the board. And it seems as if there has been barriers put in place that is slowing that down. There's been several challenges, especially with the SEAC committee over the past years, that I myself has raised countless of times that fell on deaf ears. So with this committee, I think the board should have, a meeting amongst the board before we bring the citizen chair and vice chair in to decide what is some of the things we would like to see our committees carry out, and then bring those representatives. I wouldn't even limit it to just the chair and vice chair. I think if it's a citizen who wants to serve on a committee, they should have an opportunity to serve and have their voice heard. Sometimes being in the committees, you are in the minority, and it's kind of difficult to effectively represent when sometimes it's clicked and you are being stunned away. And we need to see exactly what role do we really want staff to have in our committees. And are we inadvertently creating stumbling blocks with certain committees? You saw that play out at the July 2024 school board meeting, where committees wanted to call meetings and they were told they was given the runaround. So we just need to holistically look from top to bottom. Because these are board committees, how do we want our committees to function? What is the purpose? How do we foresee staff interacting with the committee? And how do we see the committee interacting with us? Because they report to us to help guide our directions and our votes.
Okay, if I can just respond to that. I hear what you're saying. A couple of things. I think part of that discussion is supposed to happen now. Setting goals. What should it look like? How often should they be reporting back to us? Quarterly, every time they have a meeting? I think that's something we don't need to set up another meeting for. I mean, that's the purpose of the discussion, is to target some problems and then consider assigning a temporary committee to come up with goals and solutions to these problems. As far as a temporary committee, I do personally, I think the suggestion to have the chair from each citizen committee represented is a little bit more efficient than every single person that's been appointed to any committee is welcome to join this temporary committee, because we need it to be efficient and we need it to be fruitful. We don't need it to be just a couple of meetings, with chatting and venting. So the goal tonight should be, what are some things we want to fix through a temporary committee specifically? Can we name those things and then set into motion, possibly later during the business portion, a temporary committee to begin working on that?
Madam Chair, if I'm correct, I want to make sure this temporary committee derived from the meeting where we got the report from SEAC, and as they was discussing their challenges. That's why my recommendations are as they are. I would say any time that any committee meets, they need to submit minutes to the board and a report to the board. Not once a year, not quarterly. Whenever you meet, you need to submit a report to the board, because we are constantly dealing with things that are that will fall under their purview, especially if we're budgeting anything for safety, if we're talking about any of our schools or any improvements, if we're talking about health things, if we're talking about creating new programs, if we're talking about policies. These are things that should be vetted. In addition to that, we need to enforce our policy as far as roll call. But we also need to I would like to see the board push out some type of survey to all of the committee members So you will have a full depiction. And the reason why I'm saying not just the chair, because in most cases, as I've sat here for the last 6 years, in most cases that I've heard is sometimes there's quarrel within the committees, and the chair may or may not be representing the full group. The chair may represent just a pocket that has a particular viewpoint and is strong-willed. So if we're going to try to figure out exactly what's going on, I don't think it's ideal that we just take one or two people's opinion about it, but we open it up to. The other barrier that I've been hearing, and as you heard at the last meeting, is that staff sometimes get in the way. So that's what was said with the Safety Audit Committee. If you go back to your July 2024 board meeting, they were requesting meetings. They kept getting to run around. Some staff didn't want to meet on this date or that date. So is this an additional duty as assigned? And they're delegated to go to the meetings? Or is this something that they're volunteering for? Or is this something that they're compensated for? Because if we're paying you to be there, then your window of flexibility is not the same as the person who is not being paid to be there, who is volunteering of their time to be there. You're being compensated to be there. So these are some tough questions that I think we should look at. But mainly with SEAC, what is the issue with your membership? Why isn't it not growing? Are we marketing our meetings well? How many instances have we had where there was a meeting that was canceled and it had to be a change? What challenges are you facing? And this is some information that we actually should ask all of our committees. What are some of your challenges that you're facing? And put out to every member and let them respond back, and we as a board sift through it so we will know the barriers, so we know how to precision target. I'm going to stop.
Thank you. So I'm just going to recap, and then I want to hear from some other folks. It sounds like 3 goals that you have kind of pinpointed is reporting, improving reporting so that it occurs after every meeting and it's submitted directly to the board. Is that correct? Okay, and then it sounds like a survey of all committee members would be the most efficient way to get insight from everyone, to include input from everyone. And then the third thing you mentioned is are we marketing and advertising our committees well? So I would like to hear from some other folks, thoughts about those 3 things, anything else that you've observed or heard, just to get everybody in on this discussion.
Madam Chair? I
Yes,
don't know
ma'am.
if anybody else raised their hand. So I agree with a lot of what's being said. A couple things that I would personally like to see. The whole process, I'd like to see the process from beginning to end tightened up. And so I think if we had a temporary committee, it would be good to evaluate our process from when we advertise the committees to bringing in any kind of resumes from any of the applicants, to selecting them, all the way through to Z, following through. I think one of the failures I would say on our part as a board is once the committees are appointed, unless they're brought to the board, we really don't have as much engagement with them to follow up with them. I think that we are not serving as well as a support to these committees as we should, or as a liaison to these committees. I think it would be something to consider whether board members, whether there could be a certain board member assigned to each committee, so we know one person is particularly the liaison towards SEAC, or the liaison to safety audit, or the liaison to health advisory, et cetera, because then there's a point person on the board for that committee to communicate with if they have challenges. They know who would be the person that is most engaged, most aware, and involved with that committee. Additionally, I would love to see in this process, as we tighten it up and streamline it, I would love to see some sort of calendar that could be pulled together for the year that gives some sort of expectations of when we will hear from the committees. Or if we decide to take the minutes, whoever the liaison is for that certain committee, they could use that opportunity at the meeting that follows it to report about the minutes from that meeting, perhaps, if they're if they receive it. So just something to consider. I think that we should be more supportive of our committees, because they are our committees, and we should take ownership of those committees by being supports to them, because these are volunteers who are giving them their time, their energies, their talents, and we really shouldn't just leave them out there to fend for themselves. So I think that that's something that we owe them as a board.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I wanted to piggyback off of something that Board Member Slingloff was talking about. As board members taking responsibility for these citizen committees, we need to have a little bit more oversight, particularly in some of the conversations I've had with the attendance of appointees. And, you know, the board might consider that if the people that have been appointed aren't showing up, you know, allowing our policy to have an amendment to it that allows us to reappoint other members to that committee if the ones that were appointed initially aren't there and aren't contributing to what we need them to contribute to. So, you know, it's at this point we can't do things like that. Additionally, you know, as we go through this appointment process in June and July, you know, if everyone hasn't appointed somebody to a citizen committee, and there are board members that have multiple people that are seeking to serve, opening that up as a possibility to allow, you know, the people that have submitted on time their resumes and their interests to be appointed to serve on the board that they've asked to be, or the committee they've asked to be on. So just a little bit more oversight on our part in who we've appointed, making sure that our appointees are showing up and serving on the committees, and then after a certain amount of time, if they haven't shown up, giving that board member the opportunity to appoint a new person that will be more engaged in what we need them to be to serve on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on here? Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with some of the things that have been said. I know when I was at the SEAC committee meeting, the last one last year, there was a lot of staff there. They, you know, showed up, but again, the ones that was appointed, you know, we did not have them there. And so one of the things I want to see, we need to be diligent. If you're selected and you do not serve as you should the year prior, and then you put your name in again, it should be a red flag there. Why are you going to keep putting them on if they do not show up? That's one thing. Also, again, we need to have a report. I believe that we should, the minutes, but we also need to state within 7 business days we should have the minutes from the meetings. You have to treat it like, don't give them any leeway to say, oh, well, you didn't say when. So we have to be strategic in what we say when we do that, whether it be 7 business days or whatever we decide, but put something on it. And also, again, hold everybody accountable as well as the board members. And these committees, they are to report to the board but not dictate to the board what we're supposed to be doing or whatever. It's not a dictatorship because you're on that committee. We chose and we picked them, so we have to make sure we put that out there too. And some of the feedback that I got is that the committee seems to be stacked with certain people so their chairs can be who they want, and they don't want to participate. Simple as that. It's already stacked. Well, let's put that one there, and we'll make sure we get the chair that we want of this committee. And the people that's not in that clique, they see it and they don't want to participate. So we need to be, looking out and be diligent with that too, because we want people to serve, but we don't want people to think that I'm on this committee and it's a waste of time because my voice will never be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
A couple things I want to speak on. First, I heard Mr. Reddick speak about roadblocks. If these committees are to serve us as a board, I'm not sure why they're going through the staff to set up meetings. I think that should be stripped away immediately. Second thing, when it comes to our citizens serving on committees, I believe as a board, we need to ensure we're being advised by folks who have been through thorough background checks to ensure no one is advising this board or the superintendent that wouldn't be allowed in a public school with a record that could be damaging to be around children. Those are two things I would like to see happen.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Board Member Jenkins actually jogged my memory on something. When we first came to the board, one of the reasons the board shied away from having a board member attending those meetings is because the perception of power and the misuse of perceived influence. Board members at that time were going to SEAC meetings and dictating the meetings and stepping out of the role as their member of board members and serving as the voice of the school board without direction. It even took the extent of having people who were not even living in the city help making calls as the way that committee operate. So I do concur with Board Member Jenkins about if a board member is going to be attending the meetings, you have to understand you're there to observe and come back and report. But you don't have the authority to just interject because you're a board member, because individually we have no power. Our power is collectively. The other thing I would like to say is Board Member Brittingham brought up, and it has a focus on board appointees. All of these are board appointees because we have to approve them to the committee. I feel not just the borough representatives, if they're not attending, this goes for anyone who does not attend the meetings. If the chairs would follow their responsibility and bring their minutes to the board, we would know who's attending and who's not attending. But we can't fix what we don't know. But that, I feel that that should be for any member who serves on a committee. We understand life happens, but if you only meet 4 times out of the year and you only attending once out of the 4, I believe, and I could be wrong, but if you miss 3 or more meetings, that's a vacate of office or vacate of duty. And that's something that we, if it's not in place, we need to put in place. But lastly, one thing I would like to see us do, and you heard me talk about it several times, is we need to train. Just giving the charge is not enough. I feel we set them up partially for failure when we put them in an office position of a committee, but we don't give them any training as into how to do their job, the do's and the don'ts. And I feel that that would be ideal, especially on committees such as SEAC and the safety audit, because there are some committee members who think that, you know, they should be privy to things that they shouldn't just be privy to. So we have to be very tactful. So some type of SPS, Citizens Leadership Academy, is something that I would like to see us put forth, where we're training them how to operate, how to comply with our rules and regulations, but also create a document, a minutes document, a template that each committee, that way it's uniformity across the committees. When they submit their report, it's in the same format. When they bring their presentation before the board, it's the same format. So that way it kind of streamlines and make it more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Madam Chair, I had a follow-up.
Yes.
One thing I want to make sure we don't write ourselves into a policy or restrict our hands is at the end of the day, we are all Suffolk citizens. Some of us have children in public school. We have other interests. Speaking of SEAC, I have a kid who is going to be, receiving special education services. So we wear many hats in this seat. Even though we are board members, I don't want to restrict our rights as citizens to be able to go to the meeting and have a voice as a dad, as a parent, as a citizen of Suffolk. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions for Attorney Waller. I'm going to speak directly to that one really quickly. Our Citizen Advisory Committee, they're comprised of voting members. Is that correct?
When you say voting members, you mean they vote on the committee?
Yes. So anyone can attend those meetings, but not necessarily anyone has input as far as what's on the agenda and the business they're discussing.
That's correct.
Okay.
The voting members are the actual members of the committee.
Correct. So in the instance that a parent attends that's not a member of the committee, but they attend the meeting, there is a public comment section, correct?
I don't know. I don't know if
Okay.
they have public
I believe
comment or
that there
not.
is at SEAC. So what I'm getting at is if there's an opportunity for parents who wear the same hat as board member to speak, but they don't necessarily have the power to dictate how the meeting goes, to vote on anything on the agenda.
That would be true, yes.
Okay. Because I know that's a difficult thing we all navigate. The other question I had, is there anything in policy that speaks to how citizen advisory committees are supposed to report back to board members?
There is nothing in policy that, with the exception, I think, of maybe SEAC, that has a specific time frame for making the report. All the other committees, it makes reference to having a report, but not sure if there's a specific time frame for their report.
Okay. I'm asking because I see some like overarching goals, or, I mean, we can call them challenges, or goals here. One of them being reporting. And I believe it was Mr. Riddick suggested maybe offering a template, and Board Member Jenkins suggested a timeline of 7 business days. These are things that we would need to write into policy. Is that correct?
I think it would be helpful
Okay.
to have it in your policy.
Okay, so some of this discussion eventually needs to go to the Policy Review Committee after, if we establish a temporary committee, the next step would likely be policies that help us put some of these frameworks in place. So I just took notes. Here's what I've got, and tell me if I've missed anything. The main concerns we have right now, the main things we want to improve are the reporting, marketing and advertising of our meetings, the process for selecting appointees, and that was where Vice Chair McGee suggested a background check for some of our committees that are in our schools pretty frequently. And then possibly a survey for all committee members to get their input for what else could be helpful for them. There was discussion of a liaison to committees, and there was good clarity there. This is a person who's a contact point. This person does not have any extra say-so whatsoever in the business of the committee, but they're a contact point to receive minutes and for questions to be filtered to the board. And then I'm not sure how we'd go about doing this until we have a solid framework, but training our appointees once they're put in place, once we have a new framework, and then the next cycle of appointees are locked in. Did I miss anything? Is there anything further? Mr. Riddick?
I would also like to see that we add a grievance procedure for committee members. If that way, if any committee member feel that they're being slighted or have an issue, that they have a formal way to bring it before the board. That has been a challenge before, especially with SEAC, where there was a committee member who wanted to grieve something. You know, she felt that she was being slighted, but at that time there were people who didn't really want to hear the grievance. So it was kind of pretty much like stale, deal with it until the next year comes up. So if we can have a formal grievance procedure where our committees could bring their grievances or issues, or like, hey, before us as a board, I think that would be ideal, because that speaks also to what Board Member Jenkins was saying, how some members feel that it's stacked against them and clicks, and when they are trying to advocate, they feel that their due process or rights are being stepped on, but there's no formal way for them to grieve or bring it to, other than to just go to a board member and say, hey, this is what I'm going through, and then where does it go from there via policy?
Okay. And I want to make sure I emphasize that the goal of all of this is to have an impactful, fruitful, unified team. It's another opportunity for community engagement. It's another opportunity for the community to connect with our staff for the benefit of our kids. So I want to be careful in all of these discussions and these surveys and are working through this, that there isn't like an us versus them presented, but it's how do we make this better so that everybody is able to do their job well, and actually everybody knows what their job is. I think we start there, like defining exactly what the role of these committees are to get the work done of that committee. So it's an action item in the business meeting. It's an info action item. We'll get to that later. Obviously, if a temporary committee is formed, it's a matter of the chair appointing people. I prefer to approach it like first of all, who really wants to do it, who's willing and able, or who absolutely cannot. So that's kind of what I want to hear at this point. Is that allowed? It's not really. I guess I'm kind of polling the board, but publicly. Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, you can ask them their positions.
So I'd like to hear from each of you individually. If there is a temporary committee formed, can you just simply say, yes, I want to, or I'm willing, which means, this is not your driving passion, but you're available. Or, no, I really can't do that right now. Did you want to say something before I go around?
Oh, I didn't know if you was going to do roll call or if you was going to open it up or not.
I was just trying to, informally ask because I don't want to put anything on an agenda.
I'm going to respond to what you asked.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm willing to serve in this capacity.
Kim?
I'm available and willing.
Dr. Brittingham?
I'm willing to serve in this capacity.
Ms. Fields?
I want to get a little more clarification. Hearing all this for the first time.
Sure, I understand. That's perfectly reasonable.
My understanding is that we have the CAT, and it doesn't have a platform. It's not really formalized. Nothing is in writing. As far as the expectations of the committee members, how people will conduct themselves when they have the meetings. So what I'm hearing is that there needs to be a platform to find out first of all, what the issues are, why people are not showing up. We need to investigate that first. Mm-hmm. And then once we do, if we can give them some clarity about what it is that they're supposed to be doing when they do show up, that would be great, but that's not in place right now. Is that what I'm hearing?
So we do have a section in policy that describes what our citizen advisory committees are. There's a little bit more substance to CAT committee because that's also a national, that's a required committee.
It is required, right.
And so they have national bylaws, and that gives them a bit of more framework for us.
So do they report to us what they're doing, or do we report to them what they should be doing?
Well, I think that's part of the discussion that needs to be had because they do, there have been efforts made at supplying the board with minutes of their meetings that they've had. But we also are responsible for communicating to our appointees what their role is on that committee and what the work of it should look like. So it's kind of both.
We should, as a board, establish what the expectations are and present it to them.
Madam Chair, that's not exactly correct.
1 second.
Because
Dr. Brittingham. So was that a no? You want to sit this one out and kind of observe?
I want to sit it out.
Okay.
But I am trying to get the expectations and the clarity about it.
Sure, I understand. That makes sense. Board Member Jenkins? Willing. Vice Chair McGee?
I'm available and ready to serve.
Okay. Well, that's almost everybody, so that's tricky. All right. Was there something that you wanted to share, Dr. Brittingham?
Yes. SEAC is governed by bylaws that are different than the rest of the committees because of the type of committee that it is, launched from the state. So some of the questions that Boardman Fields was asking really go back to their actual bylaws. If you pull the bylaws and read through them, you'll have a better understanding as to why SEAC has the charge that it has, and it's different than the other committees.
And I think I communicated that to her, that they are a national organization with bylaws, and that we have to make sure what we direct them to do is in line with the bylaws. I think I did communicate that to her. All right, so we're going to end this discussion for now. I think we have had a good discussion with a lot of info. I've got notes for maybe some goals, and then we'll figure out during the business portion of the meeting if a temporary committee is what we're leaning towards and who. So at this point, our work session.
Madam Chair, I just
Yes,
have
sir.
one question. Are we or are we not sending out a survey to figure out what challenges are, whether, because tonight the discussion is whether we need the committee in place or in who's serving. But are we going to send out the survey
I
or
think
not?
that would be part of the work of the temporary committee to come up with a survey and send that out. Because at this point, who would craft it right now when we have no temporary committee established?
The reason why I was asking, because usually in times past, the board would give the directive or say we would like to have a survey. And within the day-to-day operations aspect, there's a staff member who usually generates that type of stuff. So that's why I was asking to see what was the wheel or what were we doing exactly, because as the motion is presented according to the agenda, and as you have stated, it was to decide whether we put the committee in place and who's to serve on that committee.
Correct.
So because we want to start in June, I didn't want us to inadvertently delay ourselves. I hope y'all understand what I'm saying.
I do.
It's
I
January.
understand. Again, I think that is the work of a temporary committee, because we don't have a ready-made survey right now. But I take other input. Does anybody else have any thoughts on that? No one? Okay. Well, then we are officially done with our work session.
Madam Chair, if I could just make one correction
Please.
earlier. In your policy, there are reference to reporting dates for these citizen advisory committees. Unfortunately, I don't think they've really been adhered to, but you do have some dates in your policy.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right. With that being said, with the work session being closed at this time, do I gavel for that? We do have a closed session that we are scheduled, so we would need a motion to go into a closed meeting.
A motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following item and subject pursuant to Virginia Freedom of Information Act, found in Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711, Record Review 2024-25-8, regarding the assignment of a student to Turlington Woods School, where the discussion in an open meeting would involve disclosure of information contained in the student's scholastic record, which is authorized by the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, found at Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A2.
So I need a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made by Vice Chair McGee and seconded by Dr. Brittingham. Assuming there's no discussion, we can call for a vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, just a reminder, all personal devices stay out here in an envelope that we're going to get from Ms. Gardner or Ms. Johnson. You can take your laptop into the closed session so you have notes from your school-issued device. return to our meeting.
A resolution of certification of the closed meeting of January 16th, 2025, pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia. Whereas the school board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the City of Suffolk.
So move.
It's been moved in second, so we're ready for a vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham? Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell? Motion passed.
At this time, we will go into a recess, and the regular business meeting will begin at 7:15. business meeting of the Suffolk City Public School Board. At this time, Board Member Jenkins is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, so please stand. We're going to have a moment of silence at this time. Thank you. At this time, Board Member Slingluff is going to read our mission statement.
The mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for benefit of students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is action on our closed session earlier.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to uphold the Discipline Committee's decision. To uphold, yes, ma'am.
Seconded the motion.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the agenda.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Brittingham.
I have some discussion.
Okay, we have to have a second before we have a discussion.
Madam Chair, I second.
Okay. Vice Chair McGee seconded the motion. Now, is there discussion?
I do have some discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
With the agenda, we've changed, with the change that has been made to the agenda, putting the good news report at the end of or near the end of the agenda the way that we have. Seems like I would like for us to give it some reconsideration because we have the public who's here for good news, for the good news report. Many people from the public are involved with the good news report, and having them have to wait through the entire meeting to the end of the meeting to get the good news report, to make their presentations, to get their accolades. I'm not sure that that is really fair to the community. And so I'd like to have us reconsider the move of the good news report on this agenda.
Okay.
I would like to have it placed back where it was in the beginning, where it historically has been.
Okay, a couple of things just for context. That was a decision made at the agenda review meeting, which is attended by the chair, vice chair, superintendent, and school board clerk, who are designated to develop the agenda with the superintendent. The reason being that this is a business meeting, and the priority of a business meeting is the business of the board. And so that's what drove that decision. Attorney Waller, at this time, I know there's not a motion on the floor, but what do we do with her comments?
I understood the comment to be that she would like for the board to consider that going forward. I don't think it impacts your approving the agenda tonight. I think she was saying because the motion is on the floor to approve it as it is. So she was commenting on future meetings that hopefully you would reconsider placing the superintendent's comments earlier in the meeting.
Okay, so we just allow for discussion and then vote on the approval of the agenda. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
one thing that I would possibly like to discuss with the board regarding the good news report is to make this meeting a lot more efficient. When we're in closed session, can this be made into a video that can live stream for folks to watch instead of having it as its own entity during a meeting?
Thank you. Anyone else have any feedback or discussion they'd like to contribute?
Madam Chair, I'm flexible either way, for whether we live stream it, well, not live stream, but have it as a video that loops through. I think we should always celebrate our successes. However, sometimes, and it's not just only with that particular report, but any other report, sometimes they can be great, they can be lengthy. And I agree with your rationale. We're here to do the business, and that's, not excluding recognizing our successes, but the main priority is to do the business. So I'm fine with the agenda as is, but I do want us to go back to the practice that we had in 2023, if our technology would permit it, because we had several upgrades and that's why it stopped. But videos like commercials while people are waiting on us, run those things. So that way it's no dead time, it's no long SPSs and recess just sitting there. Loop the good news. I mean, our videos have hundreds of views. And if we can use that free advertisement time that we're just sitting there, put that back into motion, I think that would be ideal. But I'm fine with the way the agenda is now.
Okay. All right. If there's no
Chair.
further,
Madam Chair.
Sorry, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I just want to say, I understand what everyone's saying about it's just for business or whatever, but we have students, we have teachers, staff who go above and beyond for doing great things. I know we have our bus drivers, and I just don't think it's, we should celebrate them, everybody, and that helps others see things that happen great, or, accolades when they do something. When you drive a school bus and never have a day absent or stuff like that. And so I think the issue is if they have to wait until the end of the meeting, because if it's a bus driver, if it's a teacher, if it's a student, they're here late. And I think that's what the point was, having it move closer up, because they have to go home and get ready for school or get ready for work. And I think that was the adjust of it. I hope we all want to celebrate our staff and our students. I don't think no one's saying that we don't, correct?
Correct.
So I'm just saying, just to be, considering the time, because sometimes we do stay late. Everybody says that we stay late, but now we're going to put all the good news, and some people may have cut the TV off or whatever, and they don't get to see that. So I think that was another point.
Thank you. If there being no further discussion, the motion on the floor is to approve the agenda.
Madam Chair.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I did. Can we explore the option of putting time limits? Like if your 10 minutes exhausts itself, you'll appeal for an additional time. Versus, last year we had, board members had a time constraint and things like that for the board members, but there were some presentations that was just long. And our citizens and our citizens as well, just as our staff, we want to honor them as well. I don't think anyone is saying take it off the agenda. The key is being more efficient with our time. So even with I think we're kind of moving the cart before the horse to try to reshift, especially considering that we're about to talk about having 2 meetings. where maybe the superintendent's report doesn't have to be as long and you can celebrate on both meetings, or at the lesser meeting you celebrate. When I say less, I'm talking about length of agenda. And we always have the option to move items up or behind on the agenda during the agenda approval. But that's my last comments. Madam Chair, I'm ready to vote.
Thank you for your input. I think we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
No.
Board Member Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Up next on the agenda are public speakers on agenda topics.
Oh, good.
Do we have any? There are no speakers on agenda topics. Okay, so I believe that moves us into the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda with the removal of bills and payroll, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda with the removal of bills and payroll to be treated separately under new business.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask a quick question?
Yes.
I do have a question that I just noticed when I was going through the minutes from last month. There's a statement in there about approving, I believe it was Ty Carr for his position. It states that we approved it. And I happened to go across today the board duties. And the board duties actually do say that we're to approve or reject personnel recommended by the superintendent and enter into contract with such personnel when required by law. So it states in our board duties and our policy that we are to approve or reject, but it stood out to me because I would assume that with an approval or a rejection, there's a vote, and there's not, we never have a vote on that. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention because it caught me a little unaware when I read the minutes, because we don't really approve or reject it.
Okay, so my understanding, and I will have the attorney speak to this as well, is that announcement, if you will, was part of the personnel report, and the personnel report is within the consent agenda. And so if you approve the consent agenda, you're approving the personnel report and all things that fall under consent agenda. Am I right? Am I close?
That's correct.
Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So, well, do you do that before we approve it? Mm-hmm. Well, shouldn't you introduce them if we're approving them?
We can.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Gardner, Ms. Johnson, can you please pass out the forms for Ms. Whitehead to the board? We're going to go in order. We have a new coordinator of science that I'm going to bring in front of the board as a part of the personnel report based on the discussion that Ms. Slingluff and Ms. Howell just had. Ms. Whitehead, can you please come up to the podium?
Point of order.
Okay, just to address the confusion, this is part of the personnel report, so this would fall under the discussion of the personnel report, and I advise that we should have this discussion before we vote, because we would vote to approve, and then we would be introduced to it. So to kind of get back on track, we're going to get this information and then vote for approval.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that was the question I was just asking there, Mr. Riddick. So we have Ms. Tamika Whitehead, who is coming to us as our new coordinator of science. She'll be replacing Dr. Caitlin Leitner, who, as we all know, was promoted to Director of Curriculum and Instruction. She's coming to us from Hopewell High School, where she served as the math and science instructional coach. Ms. Whitehead has a Bachelor of Science degree, a major in chemistry, minor in mathematics from Elizabeth City State University. Also has a master's degree from Liberty University in instructional technology and design. Ms. Whitehead, I want to give you a chance. First of all, welcome to SPS. Give you a chance to greet the board as well as introduce any family members that you may have in attendance.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the board. Thank you, Superintendent. And just a clarification, I know it says Whitehead on there, but for legal purposes and taxes, it's Whitehead Blick, so I don't want them to come for me. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to serve Suffolk Public Schools. And I want to really thank my husband and my daughter who could not make it, but I want to thank my mom who is in the audience who served Suffolk Public Schools for 20 years. So I'm very happy to follow in her footsteps.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome to SPS. At this time, I think we've had some discussion about some of the consent agenda items. Are we ready to vote?
Madam Chair, I would like to request moving forward that anytime new hires, now that I understand that this becomes part of the consent agenda under personnel reports, that these be included in the personnel reports moving forward, that we receive these with our board meeting packets moving forward, so we have time to review what's being put forward.
Okay, understood.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
It's also my request that we revert back to the previous practice for the board to take action on approving the personnel report first before we announce to the public that we accept a personnel. Because once again, that's cart before the horse.
Okay. Understood.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else? Okay. I think we're prepared to vote, Ms. Gardner.
Board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board member Fields?
Yes.
Board member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board member Riddick?
Yes.
Board member Slingloff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, we are now moving on to the unfinished business section of the agenda. There are 4 ordinances that were brought to our attention at the December meeting for information and first read. So at this time, I will entertain a motion for approval or disapproval, if that be the will, of any of these ordinances.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
move that we approve Ordinance 2024/25-46 and Ordinance amending Chapter 9, Article 26, Section 9-26.1, entitled Statement of Policy, Limited Use of Physical Restraint of the Policies of Suffolk City School Board. Second reading.
Okay, we have a motion by Board Member Slingloff. Is there a second?
I second
that. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
So I went through and read and saw the changes, and one of the questions I have about some of the wording that was added is who qualifies to be the trained personnel? I did a little bit of research trying to figure out, because I know that our policies are the framework for the regulations, and so I went and pulled where I thought the regulations would speak more detailed into this, and I really couldn't find any further information. So my question is, who are we designating as trained personnel? Who qualifies for that? What kind of training are we talking about? Because, I do not disagree with this policy. Let me just say that. This policy needs to pass. But my question is, do we need to add more information? Because I'm just looking at this, trying to figure out, what does trained personnel mean and who qualifies? Like, who currently is the trained personnel that can do the physical restraints?
Okay, Attorney Mueller, can you speak to that?
I think that it maybe something that the superintendent needs to speak to in terms of the trained personnel. I can say that the trained personnel language is something that SEAC asked to be included.
Dr. Gordon?
Yes, ma'am. So for any trained personnel, Dr. Brittingham could be anyone that actually either comes into contact with the students. This could be teacher assistants, this could be teachers, this could also be central office staff. I think part of the reason, if I remember correctly, and any of our policy review committee members can correct me if I'm wrong in what I'm remembering, this was kept with that general statement to make sure that we encompassed everybody, and we did not want to leave a specific group out. But trained personnel, you have to go through the trainings in order to be able to do it. And I would think in this case, it would be anyone that is involved in our instructional day-to-day bell schedule.
Do we know, sorry, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Do we know how many trained personnel we have currently? Because this policy not just only covers like the general ed population, this covers SPED population. So, Dr. Gordon.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So that'll be a number that, of course, I don't have right in front of me for the total number, but Dr. Brittingham is correct where it's both general and special education. So I will get with both Dr. Branch and Dr. Minair, see if we can come up with some totals that I can be able to share with the board. Give us a couple of days early next week.
Is that sufficient? Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
This is going to be for the attorney. Are there any state guidelines that dictates what type of training, who must conduct the training, how often that training has to occur?
There are guidelines from VDOE on restraint and seclusion that all local school boards, all school divisions must follow. I'm not aware of any specific training provided by VDOE on restraint and seclusion, but there are certain guidelines from VDOE regarding restraint and seclusion.
My follow-up question would be, are we in compliance with those guidelines as a school division?
That would be a question for Dr. Gordon. I would imagine so, but I would let Dr. Gordon address that.
Dr. Gordon.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair. So to Mr. Waller's point, Mr. McGee, yes, we are in compliance because we have to follow those guidelines. This includes the actual techniques that are used. Those guidelines, of course, have been adjusted, I believe, once or twice in the last 3 to 4 years. That is part of the process that when we have our back to school pre-service week, when we're meeting with our administrators, when we're the special education department reviews any changes that occur from the Department of Education. So we have to follow that, and we also have to make sure it's in line with not only what's in policy, but also what's in line with the Department of Education. They send out weekly newsletters that give us any changes and updates that I then share with the entire cabinet. Then it filters down to the schools. So we have to be in compliance with that. I wish I could give you more specifics, but I know that we are.
I appreciate that, Dr. Gordon and Attorney Waller.
Any further discussion? Okay, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please. Please. I'm sorry, the motion was to approve the policy?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board member Fields?
Abstain.
Board member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Looking at number 2 on unfinished business, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move that we approve Ordinance 2425-62, an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Article 13, Section 8-13.1, entitled Free Appropriate Public Education, Individualized Education Program Required, Credit Accommodations, Faculty Member Serving as Liaison, Appropriate Procedural Safeguards Required, Child Find Program Required, of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board. Second reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion? It seems there's no discussion. We're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board member Fields?
Abstain.
Board member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board member Riddick?
Yes.
Board member, Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Looking at number 3, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we approve Ordinance 2425-67, an ordinance amending Chapter 9, Article 23, Section 9-23.2, entitled Definitions of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board. Second reading.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? It seems there's none. We're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Abstain.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. And finally, looking at number 4, is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
move that we approve Ordinance 2425-69, an ordinance amending Chapter 9, Article 23, Section 9-23.5, entitled Annual Notification Requirement, retains record for 7 years of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, it seems there's no discussion, so we are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Abstain.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you. We're moving on to new business now. Number 1 under new business would be the approval of a special meeting of the school board on February 27th, 2025 at 5 p.m. Kings Fork Middle School to receive the superintendent's 25-26 proposed budget presentation.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we approve the special meeting of the school board on February 27th
Okay.
at 5 o'clock.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seems there's no discussion. We're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Number 2 under new business is a calendar presentation for a proposed calendar for the 25-26 school year. So I yield the floor to Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Akima Branch, our Chief Academic Officer, to do her annual calendar presentation to the board. This one is specifically for the 25-26 calendar. We always try to make sure that we do this presentation to the board in January in order to be able to allow our school community to prepare for summer vacation and other things. We will be presenting 2 options to the board with a recommendation for one of them. Dr. Branch?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, school board members, Dr. Gordon, and our community. As Dr. Gordon stated, this is an annual presentation of the work of the calendar committee, chosen every year, annually, different people based on the designated role for that building. It is a collaborative process where it's cross-functional and allows stakeholders, parents, staff, administrators, to also include our advisory committees that are school-related, for example, our Bus Drivers Association, as well as counselors and others. So it is something I facilitate annually to be able to provide structure and guidance, but it is a collaborative effort and one that we find consensus in at the conclusion of our process, which I'll be reviewing tonight. This calendar committee, and I'll go over the roles that were involved, the 37 members. I'll talk about the processes and the timeline, as well as the options. We always provide an option, which is our primary option, the one that the committee worked together to agree on, and then the alternative recommendation that is part of the presentation. There were 37 committee members, 7 administrators, 8 teachers, 7 parents. and many representatives from departments and advisory groups, which is very helpful because people come into any meeting, as you all are aware, through their own perspectives and lenses. And so it provides diverse thought based on their role. And as Mr. McGee stated earlier, some have multiple hats or roles that they play as parents, as administrators, or as teachers. And so it really gives us a cross-functional approach to creating a calendar. Uh-oh, that was me. The process includes, we start off with 3 meetings, and that's just the 3 whole group meetings where you have the 37 members, all who can participate. And I go over the process, the expectations. I let them know that I am the facilitator of this calendar committee, but I do not advise or tell them what to do. That is not my role. It is a cross-functional consensus group when the option is provided. It is not based on me at all. The whole group meets 3 times, but then we have 4 different subcommittees. The 4 subcommittees meet on their own to draft their own version of a calendar. And then we come back as a whole group in our second and third meeting, and we discuss some things like some non-negotiables, things that they want to ensure are in the calendar, as well as some nice to have. We call those the blue sky opportunities. But those subgroups meet as often as they want to meet to discuss and draft their calendars. They bring them to meeting number 2, and then in meeting number 3, we come back together, we hash it out. Every committee lead, which is usually one of the administrators who has more internal and historical knowledge, but doesn't have to be. It's usually a leader, though, that they present, and they present based on their committee and their thoughts. And we have some who are leaders in buildings, departments, etc. across the division, but they are all a part of the planning. The calendar committee works through a shared resource folder, so we don't hide anything from other committees. What one committee puts in there as their draft, the other committees get to see that information as well. And everyone receives the same resources. So we have past calendars as well as any holiday observation calendars, guidance documents, and then again there's subgroup calendar drafts. And as I stated previously, they do present to the full committee, which is always interesting. And you hear so many perspectives. It's really a very engaging group that I enjoy facilitating because parents look at what we do one way. Teachers look at it another way. Administrators see things from a different lens, and they are able to talk, and the advisories as well, they're able to talk about their thoughts, concerns, etc., and then understand each other's perspectives. The proposed calendar, and I don't have to read all of these things to you as they are presented, and you all have had this to review as well as share out, and it's in our electronic school board site. The pre-Labor Day calendar we began in 2024. This year is our first year with that. And so the calendar is based on a pre-Labor Day start to continue that. The division is required by Virginia Code to be closed on that Friday, so that's for both calendars options. In option 1, there are 3 full clerical planning days, and some context to that is the need for instructional staff to be able to plan and work in their professional learning communities, etc. There are 2 full professional learning days. Another reason for option 1's full days for everything is because of the disruption that was discussed that happens oftentimes at the different levels when it is an early release day. 3 parent-teacher conference full days. Part of the discussion with that is we want more parent engagement, we want more parent involvement, but with a half-day schedule, it is not always accommodating. And this also allows staff, when they do not have parents for parent-teacher conference, to do clerical work and to be able to plan. So it gives more opportunity and allowance in the buildings for our staff as well. Fall break in option 1 is something that they were very adamant about, having it Monday through Friday, not just Wednesday through Friday for fall, to give those extra days for a break. The addition of winter break having the full 10 days, that is a non-negotiable, and that is in both calendar options. Spring break is pretty standard based on our region and the regional consideration of if Easter is after the 15th, then the spring break is before. And so there are some nuances there, but that is the standard and would likely be the same for the entire region, is the same for the entire region. The last day of school, June 5th, for students and staff. It is the recommendation of the 2025-2026 calendar committee. Based on this is our data, we voted. At our last meeting, there were 20 people. 19 were able to access the Google form to vote, and that 20th person was actually driving. She pulled over, but could not access the Google form, and that was one of our parents who was very involved in the process. She is the 20th person that actually did agree to calendar option number 1. So that percentage, I'd shared that in context so that you all wouldn't look at the second slide and say, well, there were 20 people there, but there were only 19 votes. That's because she was driving and could not access it, but she did come off of mute and share her feedback with that. So over 63.2% for option 1. And then 31.6% if we had to go with an option 2, and that is part of the discussion. Do we even want an option 2? If there is one, 31.6% have calendar group 2's calendar 2 as an option. It is the recommendation of the 2025-2026 calendar committee to have the board choose option 1 for the calendar. And I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Branch. Does anyone have any questions or discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
My question is geared towards Dr. Gordon or Dr. Branch. From polling a lot of the constituents in the Suffolk Borough, the consistent feedback I got from citizens as well as those who work within SPS is it possible for us to use unused snow days on the back end?
Dr. Gordon has been posed that question, and we've had that discussion. He's prepared to answer that. Thank you, Mr. Riddick.
Thank you, Dr. Branch, and thank you for that question, Mr. Riddick. And I'm sure you know that really comes up every year, where we always have the bank days in the email that Mr. McGee sent. I kind of gave the breakdown on the bank days, and option 1, there's about 8. But it's a double-edged sword, because if we do take away any of those days, then I believe that we'll be setting ourselves up for instructional failure, because our staff and teachers have made it very clear that they need as much time as they can get. And that's also one of the reasons why we looked at the full week for fall break to kind of be the compromise there. So I'm also nervous, as I said in the email, Mr. Riddick, that I sent to the board. I'm always nervous because we just don't know. I know in Tidewater area, we don't get the amount of snow that, I received when I was in Central Virginia or when I was working in Northern Virginia. But we do have issues with flooding. And you all have known that we have had to close Southwestern Elementary School before because of a mechanical issue. This current year, we closed John F. Kennedy Middle School because of a mechanical issue. And I don't want to ever risk it. So I really appreciate you asking that question, Mr. Riddick. This was hard for me because, as you know, I'm a stickler of trying to make sure that we have both the 990 and the 180 days. But Dr. Branch has kind of shown me that as long as we have enough bank days and we're giving our folks the planning time that they've asked for, which was also feedback from last year's survey, that was something that we took in consideration as well. I never want to cut it any more than a week and a half, just to make sure that we are providing our staff, our teachers, and our students with all the opportunities possible to be successful in those high-stakes assessments.
Did that answer your question?
It does. I do have one additional question.
You have another. Go ahead.
Yes. One other question that was relayed to me from some of the constituents was, with option 1 going into the full week, would that have any impact on the traditional days that our students have off, such as MLK Day, President's Day, or those other days that we traditionally have off?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Riddick. No, it will not. All of those holidays are still in. And the holidays that we observe, Veterans Day, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which is this Monday, President's Day are already in, Memorial Day, they are already built into the calendar. So in addition to that, as far as bank days and hours, what we really have to be very mindful of is that we must have 140 seat hours at the high school level for each content, and that is a requirement.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions or discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So I sent this out on social media, I want to say 5 days ago, Saturday. I received over 500 comments from citizens, multiple emails, multiple direct messages from teachers. I would say 95 to 98% of the folks who reached out were all in favor of option 1. So Dr. Branch, thank you and your team for that very, very good presentation. But there are a few things that I think as a board, we need to discuss about looking out for our teachers and things that they would like to see in next year's calendar. One of the main things I heard from multiple teachers is they would like to see the day after Christmas break be a teacher work day, like other districts in the area are doing, where kids do not report back to Monday. The January 5th, students would show up January 6th. That would allow time for our teachers to get back from break, have a day to really catch up on administrative work, get their minds ready to go into the second portion of the year. Another option that was presented, a lot of teachers want to discuss is to add a teacher workday in the month of October, sometime in that month, because they feel like there's a really long gap between August and their first break to allow them to catch up on administrative stuff. Dr. Gordon, I heard what you said regarding, the bank days. I totally agree. You can't plan for the unexpected, but this is something we might look at in May prior to school ending, or April we can bring up, but allowing school to end for students on June 4th, allowing teachers to have that last day to themselves to get classes in order, take care of any administrative needs they need to take care of without kids, if we have bank days available. And lastly, I think a big thing that would help our teachers' morale, they're professionals. I think we should allow them to have the option on full clerical days to work from home or come to the building. So those are the things, the feedback I received from our teachers. I think those are things that we can accommodate to help them out, to make them feel like, we hear their concerns.
Thank you for your comments. Can I ask Dr. Gordon to speak to each of those, starting with the possibility of January 5th next year being a teacher workday instead of an immediate return from all students?
So I think the board can, always take a look at adjustments, but if we do that, then that brings us closer back to that 140 hours. And the only reason I'm saying, Mr. McGee, that I don't think we should do that is we have to remember that our high schools are on a 4x4 schedule, and their semester actually ends 2.5 weeks later. So every day that we're coming back as we're preparing, because that's also the window when our high schools begin to take their SOLs because of the end of the semester. So I understand the concept and definitely can see how people like to ease back into it. But you know, I think again it comes back to what I was saying earlier about the instructional preparation. Those 3 weeks is finishing up the last couple of days of instruction before we jump into review, remediation, et cetera, because testing literally starts the following week. So I would prefer to have a full week to kind of prepare the kids at the high school level for the testing. What you had mentioned earlier about potentially getting out at the end of the year, last year as an example, the board actually made an adjustment to give folks off, I think it was the Friday before Memorial Day, I believe. So if that is something the board wants to take a look at to move students' last day up to June 4th and teachers' last day still being June 5th, this means the teachers have to come on June 5th. I would ask the board to look at that at a later date, because this way we'll have a greater opportunity to know how much bank time we have left. So I would ask the board to not make a decision on that tonight. The third one about allowing staff to work from home. Okay, so that's tough. That's tough. We got a couple of issues. First one is not all of our staff has the broadband to be able to do what they need to do at home. We're getting better here in the area, but it's still not where it needs to be. The second part is on those days, principals are actually meeting with teachers for summative evaluations, other end of the year things. So that kind of impacts the schedule of the administrators being able to close out with some of the staff. Now, you all know, well, Mr. McGee, you may not know, there have been times, and I do this after I have a conversation with whoever the chair is and talk to Dr. Bird, our chief of schools, and Dr. Branch, our chief academic officer. When I look at the data, if the instructional data is in a good place, if our CSSPs have been updated, there have been times, and I always email the board first, that I'll announce that people can work from home. Like we'll make that decision based on what we're kind of seeing, but it's dangerous to set that precedence. I don't use the word dangerous, but I would caution to set that precedence of saying you can work from home, because sometimes that also eliminates the ability for those teachers to collaborate, and again, some of those administrative meetings. But that's something that we can maybe look at. I wouldn't ask to do it in this calendar just because of what the recommendation is, but that's something that we can maybe take a look at after we get a chance to kind of talk to some of our teachers and administrators a little bit more.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up.
I forgot one.
Go ahead, sir.
You did mention the October work days. I know I had put that information in the email, and that's about 5 weeks in. That would then change what Dr. Branch has presented to you all for the planning or clerical days. So I know it may seem like, it's a long stretch, but one of the things you heard Dr. Branch say, when that 9 weeks ends at the end of October, right, that's a couple of weeks later, if people aren't showing up, because we set our parent-teacher conferences up so that you can have a conversation with the parent and the teacher at the end of the 9 weeks for the report card. If you don't have people, we can give you that clerical time. Our administrators all understand to not schedule things on the parent-teacher conferences so that staff can get some of that time. So I'm kind of asking for that to be the compromise for that. The only other thing that, we still have to kind of think about is, and this is past times that all of us have been together, us ending on a Friday is always pretty good. And when we begin to take another day away, then we got to start thinking about, okay, do we have to make that up for some of those observed holidays that Dr. Branch was doing, or going into the next week, which was kind of defeats the purpose of us starting a week earlier. So I appreciate you sharing that question with me ahead of time so I could do some research and then also bringing it up here.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Gordon, regarding the 140 instructional hours, when do we meet those hours if we do not use our bank days? Because what I'm hearing from teachers, grades are turned in a week prior to the last week of school. Are those 5 days from June 1 to June 5 counted as instructional hours? And if not, why can't we tap into those days?
Yes, they are counted. And other than for our seniors, we test all the way to the end of the school year. So there's instruction and remediation that happens. And so they are counted. Our data, coordinator of data actually counts every one of our days. And sometimes even our teachers don't understand what those hours actually mean. So we base it on a 6.08 hour day. If that is a 90-minute class held every day or every other day, all of that has to count for that content. So you have to have those seat hours. So yes, it does count. Our seniors are typically the only ones who have any flexibility in the last week because they have completed their courses successfully and passed all of their tests. Otherwise, they have to continue to come to school so that we can meet those. And in addition to what you ask about the October timeframe, what has been presented and what was shared with you, those calendar options, that date can be moved up. The calendar committee proposed into the second 9 weeks for that first parent-teacher conference full day. We actually can adjust that. What we have here is that there will be 3 clerical days, 3 parent-teacher conference days that can be moved back, as well as clerical time. So what you're seeing is not like what you see now on our 24-25 calendar where we built everything in, we have all the dates. These are the parameters and guidelines for it.
And if I just could piggyback on that, Madam Chair, I think, Mr. B, and thank you for your questions. I think one of the key things that Dr. Branch said is we literally test until the last day of school. And we have to have our testing windows that we put up on our school website. They are also have to be consistent and shared with the Virginia Department of Education. And I'm sure for the other board members that have been here with us, they also understand that we have seniors during that last week that one test kind of like determines if they graduate or not. And we want to be able to use that opportunity. And the elementary school folks are also using that time because they're making those strong recommendations for those kids to go to summer school. So we try to have a lot of those one-on-one conferences when we see deficiencies with our students at the elementary level. You know, one of the things that Dr. Branch has shared with me, and I know that she's had conversations with the committee about, is anytime we take away a day, we have to put it back somewhere else. As Dr. Branch said, we do have flexibility in moving one of those calendar days. I wasn't sure, clerical days, I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if you had a specific date in mind, because I don't remember us talking about that part.
Madam Chair, no, sir, Dr. Gordon, I did not have a specific date in mind. Madam Chair, if I may, regarding the teachers working from home or having the option to work from home, we made it through COVID, you know, when we couldn't go to the buildings. I believe our teachers have the ability and accessibility, you know, to do Google Meets, to collaborate with fellow coworkers and teachers if that's required. You know, they're professionals and we treat them, I think we should treat them as such and give them that option. When we look at, you know, our teachers' needs, when we look at the climate survey about morale, I feel like these are little things we can do as a board to kick something back to our teachers, to make our teachers feel, hey, we appreciate you. These are things that I feel like can make us more attractable to work at SPS. Hey, they have a board that supports us. They have an admin team that supports us. They want to hear from us. They want to hear our needs, see what makes us, you know, feel good in the classroom. So I'm going to propose a motion here in a bit, but that's something I'm not going to compromise on with the allowing the teachers to have the option to work from home, as well as the day after winter break, allowing that to be a teacher work day and have the kids come back that Tuesday.
Madam Chair, Dr. Gordon, do you mind if I provide some context and feedback as well? Yes, and I appreciate Mr. McGee, your position with the supporting our teachers. One thing we do in the committee is discuss how everyone plays a part. We're here for students, and instructionally, that is our focus, not that we do not or dismiss any teacher needs. I will go back to our COVID period, and everyone did not have access. And we opened our buildings so that those staff who did not have access could actually work. And in some parts of our city, as Dr. Gordon mentioned, there has been improvement, but not everyone lives in Suffolk. And so access to the internet, one, it's personal and it's paid. And not everyone does have access. So I want to clarify that, but we did make the allowance of having hotspots in some of our parking lots, as well as allowing staff to come into our buildings so that they could work. We did make it work. It wasn't as beneficial. There are Google Meets, there are Zoom, but you have to have the access. And not to dismiss that, something that the committee did discuss about that day after winter breaks, 14 days actually, because you have 2 weekends in there, is that planning can take place and should take place prior to the return, understanding that that Monday would be a woosah day for teachers to get it together. But our students are actually in the testing window at that time. We began testing the second week of December. That's not our time frame. That is the time frame provided to us by VDOE, so we actually are in testing. But all of those things that you questioned, they were discussed within the committee.
Madam Chair, Dr. Branch, I appreciate that. I guess my follow-up to you would be, we have multiple sistering districts that are able to do this. Why can't we get to yes?
And I do have an answer. Yesterday I was in Isle of Wight and I questioned their calendar and what they did to afford them additional bank days. They have about 11 or 12 bank days in their calendar, is they extended their school day by 30 minutes. And so you have to then look at our hours, our school day hours, and extend it each day in order to accomplish the additional, whether it's 6.8 hours or if it goes up to 6.35 hours per day. You would have to accomplish that. And that was from their chief academic officer and superintendent when I did question that on yesterday. And that is why they are able to do what they call a student holiday, because they have extended their day. Now that is something that the board can consider, is changing the hours. Right now we're on a tiered system. Our middle school starts at 7:20. High school 8:20 and elementary 9:20, and elementary releases at 3:50. So allowing that as a future discussion for the board and extending that day is an opportunity to have even more days and build in more flexible days into the calendar. If you take that Monday away right now, we would be down to 170 days in option 1.
Thank you, Dr. Branch. I'll allow for, is there anybody else that has a question or discussion at this time? Mr. Riddick?
So would it be possible if we extended our school day by 5 minutes to accommodate the 2 additional days that has been asked? Like, what type of impact would 5 minutes on a school day have? Would that suffice as far as the bank that we need for those 2 days? January, when you come back as a teacher, you plan in advance. You can do all of those great things as you're preparing for winter break. But when you come back, you really want to have that time to restructure your classroom and see what other additional changes may have happened, print out things. There's a lot of things that go on. Principals may want to have a regroup meeting or some sort of that. if we added an additional 5 minutes onto the day, since we're talking about calendar, 5 minutes is not a lot. Would that afford us 2 additional days?
I can't answer that question for you right now, but I can certainly get back and get with Dr. Gordon on that. It's a calculation. I just do not have an answer for that specific question as far as how much allowance that would be.
So to answer your question, Mr. Riddick, if we're looking at that, that would be extra 25 minutes a week, 100 minutes a month. So we're talking about an hour and 40. And so over 4 months, we're looking at maybe about 4 to 5 days. Well, I'm sorry, 280 minutes, 560 minutes. So Dr. Branch is right, we will have to do the math. But usually, and I think, Mr. Waller, you probably have a little bit more institutional knowledge of this. Usually when there's going to be an adjustment in the bail schedule, you all kind of hear from the community a little bit before you make that decision. And what I would ask of the board is, I know we're trying to kind of solve it right now. Mr. McGee, I know you had some requests. Mr. Rick, I know you now have a request. If you will allow us to take a look at that for future calendars, because that's not something that I think that potentially we should really, dig into as far as, all right, you all can kind of give suggestions to Dr. Branch and myself for things that we can bring up in next year's calendar committee meetings, because I don't want to get into the habit, and I'm sure you all don't either, of really kind of going against what those 37 people had kind of put forward. And I saw, Mr. McGee, I saw your post, Mr. Riddick, I saw yours when you guys were getting feedback on that, and it seemed to be, in line. So I think the compromise, Mr. McGee, to what you were saying, is taking a look at that October clerical date. I would ask for that compromise. And Mr. Rick, I would ask you to allow us to take a look to see how many days that would add, but also to give the public an opportunity to kind of discuss bail schedules too.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. I think to move this discussion along, the action on this discussion, we have the 2 calendar options here. We have the recommendation. At this point, is there a motion regarding the calendar for next year?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the recommendation that we adopt option 1.
Second.
Next year.
Okay, it's been moved, and I believe it was seconded. Karen, Board Member Jenkins. We've had a plethora of discussion, but technically I'm opening the floor for additional discussion now that we have a motion. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
One thing I want to, to state for the record is, going forward, I believe we need to do better with reaching out to all of our teachers. I would like to see a survey. I'm not dismissing what the calendar committee did, but one thing I constantly received from our teachers was they were so happy to feel like they had a voice, including our citizens, parents, to feel like they were involved in the conversation with something that affects them, their children. So going forward, I really think we need to open this up with more of a survey just to get that feedback and look at what we can do for our teachers to address morale issues, to address mental health. They're stressed. A lot of their time is being taken away from them, whether it's due to training, testing, but we're putting more and more and more on them. We got to keep in mind, a lot of folks haven't been in the classroom in years, and we have to give them that opportunity and space to hear what their true concerns are, what they're facing day to day, the needs of them, because they are the backbone. Yes, we're here for our kids, but they're the ones teaching our kids. And if they're not in the right mental space, what good are our kids learning? So I really believe, the things that were discussed tonight going forward, these are things that I'm going to fight for. I hope my fellow board members can get on board with a lot of this, and Superintendent Gordon, we can find a way to yes on a lot of these issues. Regarding the professional days working from home, I'm not saying it has to be mandatory. If you don't have that option, the classroom's still available for you to come in. But why not give that option to our teachers if they have access to the internet? So that's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Chair McGee. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to, first of all, commend Vice Chair McGee for reaching out and receiving the information that he did and funneling through that. I think that was impressive, not just that you did that, but the fact that you've got the results, really, the responses that you did. And I take heed to the fact that you did receive so many responses, that people are engaged. And the only last-ditch effort I would put out there, because I concur that several of the options that you put out there I think are very strong things for consideration. Last year, we looked at the calendar presentation in February. We're in January. So I want to ask the superintendent if there's any chance that this could be considered and not voted on tonight and brought back to the board next month with considering any of these options.
Dr. Gordon.
Dr. Branch, can you provide the context and the reason, or maybe it was Ms. Gardner, I remember one of you all had told me the reason why this was presented in February last year?
There was a delay in, you all wanted, the board at that time wanted additional data from our community on the pre-Labor Day calendar. Remember, that was the first introduction of the pre-Labor Day. And so we had already surveyed and received a wealth of feedback, and we went out again and had an additional survey. And so the calendar presentation was moved from January to February.
And to kind of piggyback on that, thank you for that recap, because I knew it was a reason why. Ms. Lindley, I'm sure you do remember that because we were doing that pre-Labor Day starting adjustment, people also wanted to make sure that they had as much time. Some of the feedback that we had received during the discussion was to give as much time to prepare for summer vacation. And every year besides last year, because that was a big adjustment going to pre-Labor Day, we had always done it in January. So we wanted to come back to that just to be able to allow our school community to be able to prepare for any summer plans and activities.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Or did you have something else?
I just want, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I don't think that the start date, though, is in jeopardy. Am I correct? So that really isn't on the table for being a reason why it would inhibit us if we delayed by 1 month.
May I ask if we table it and put it on the calendar to vote in February, what specifically are we looking for as far as additional information to make a different decision between now and February 13th?
I don't know that we're looking for any additional information. What I am hearing from the responses that have come forth, both with Mr. Riddick and Vice Chair McGee predominantly, I think taking the bulk of the feedback, is that there are some desires that the teachers would have weighing in on this calendar. So I'm not saying we need to make all of these changes, but I'm wondering if we can consider even just 1 or 2 changes. Would it be possible to give that day after Christmas break, after winter break, to the teachers? Or would it be possible to consider that last day of the year as an option for a teacher work day? Just considering it. That's all. Thank you for letting me speak.
Madam Chair, I just remember that Dr. Gordon made a statement that, like he did last year, there is an option if he looks at the data or whatever, he can make that decision, and he has done that and given a day off or whatever. So it's not like it's not going to happen. It's, he makes that decision like he did last year. So I just want to put that out there, that even though we vote on it tonight, it doesn't mean it's not going to happen.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I believe we're kind of looking at it from a different perspective here. The dates that I believe Vice Chair McGee is recommending is, he mentioned one date in particular of the day after winter break. And then he mentioned, June, I think it was 5th. Those dates are all proposals as far as the framework that we're going to vote on tonight. we as a board could always come back and say, hey, and Attorney Wilder, correct me if I'm wrong, we can always come back and say, hey, we would like to have you to give this date off or SPS to be closed. So what we are really just approving is the framework, or we are in alignment with these amount of clerical days, amount of teacher days, amount of XYZ. What those actual dates are, that has yet to be determined.
Thank you. I think that's correct, but I'll defer to the attorney. We are just approving the framework, not the specific month and date, correct?
Well, if you look at the calendar, it actually indicates how many days you have within the time period. So you are setting the parameters, but keep in mind that there will be certain dates in this calendar that will be automatic. So, so all of the dates are not fluid. Some dates are actually set.
Well, our testing dates are set, correct? And then our national or federally observed holidays are set. Is everybody clear on that? Is everybody ready to vote?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would like to ask Dr. Gordon and Dr. Branch, did we not do our SOL testing before Christmas?
We started SOL testing December the 10th. We ended, in fact, we're doing expedited retakes, which are the extension. We finished that on Friday.
Okay, thank you.
So yes, we're currently in the full 4-week time frame, because remember, there's a break, the 2-week break for winter holiday. So you're only testing we started this year, December 10th, and we're going all the way through the end of our 4 weeks.
At this point, there's a motion and a second on the floor and adequate discussion. So I would like for us to go ahead and vote. Go ahead.
Board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham.
Madam Chair. Am I allowed to make a motion?
There's a motion on the floor we have to vote on first.
Board member Dr. Brittingham. Yes. Board member Fields.
Yes.
Board member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board member Riddick.
Yes.
Board member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
No.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, looking at number 3 under new business, it's a brief presentation about SPS teacher pathways that will call for action on our part at the end. I yield the floor to Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Jessica Avery, our Director of Human Resources, to discuss our SPS teacher pathways. As Ms. Avery is actually coming to the podium, just as a reminder to the board, this will explain several different structures that we have put in place, several different plans for teachers to become certified. This is actually several conversations that Mr. Riddick and I had approximately 2 years ago. Ms. Forsman has done great work in developing what the teacher scales would look like. We know that Dr. Avery is going to talk about our I Teach program, our Tidewater Education Consortium, as well as our new idea that I presented to the board as an information item at the organizational meeting. That is our Associate Teacher program. So, Dr. Avery, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and Dr. Gordon. Tonight, I'm going to talk about our teaching pathways. First, our overview, I'm going to talk about our why and where we're at today with education and hiring teachers. In this process, I'm going to talk about I Teach program, which we touched base a little bit last year, our Teacher Quality Partnership Grant, our tuition reimbursement, and our proposal for the associate teacher. Our overview for the why. Although our enrollment, so we know nationally and in Virginia, not as many people are getting into teacher educational the old traditional way that when we were in school. But we still have to offer high quality education to our students. Our role in human resource and at Suffolk Public Schools is what can we do to support our students and support our staff. Those that want to become teachers, what are we doing to build their capacity for our current instructional staff, and what has SPS done to implement teacher pathways for our prospective teacher candidates? First, I'd like to discuss I Teach. This program was approved last year by VDOE in February. I Teach, they went to VDOE and explained the program to them, and we got the letter in February that they approved it. Our first cohort started in April. Eligible candidates possess a bachelor's degree. They have to have a 2.5 GPA in order to get into this program. Currently, we have 51 current staff in this program. We pay $3,050 through our Title II funds on behalf of the employee. The employee is required to work for SPS for 2 years at a minimum. Currently, we have 9 long-term subs, 15 teacher assistants, and 22 current teachers who have provisional licenses and are completing this program in order to get their full license. 5 of these, when I completed this PowerPoint, we had hired 5 through the iTeach program, but as of 2 days ago, I've hired another, and I'd like to take a moment just to give a testimony by her. After I did the intent with this young lady, and she was a TA and became a long-term sub for us. But she sent me an email and said, "Good afternoon, Dr. Avery. I am so happy that SPS partnered with iTeach. I was able to start teaching in less than a year. I started in May after hearing about the program, and now I am in the classroom as a full-time teacher. iTeach allowed me to complete all of my statutory requirements through a course. Also, they gave me study materials to help pass my praxis tests. I would highly recommend this program. I give it a 10 out of 10. Thank you again." Now on to our Teacher Quality Partnership Grant. So you guys are already aware this is the $9 million grant that we have partnered with Iowa White and Portsmouth. This grant was awarded to us by the U.S. Department of Education. This purpose of this is for recruiting, preparation, and professional development. We are issued 10 spots a year for 5 years for Master of Arts with initial licensure through Norfolk State University, and 3 spots for an administration endorsement through University of Maryland and College Park. For tuition reimbursement, this we offer to our teachers, long-term subs, teacher assistants, school counselors, and SAO staff. $3,000 per fiscal year is what we will reimburse our staff. This covers classes for licensure, Bachelor's of Arts, and Master's of Arts, as well as the Praxis and the SLLA. Now to discuss our associate teacher. This is to encourage our current staff to pursue careers in teaching. So what I've seen is we have many long-term subs who have done a phenomenal job. Through data, we've been able to see in their SOL scores that they're really doing a phenomenal job. What we have done is we make sure that they attend the same professional development as all our teachers. They also attend our pre-service training just like teachers, and they are really loving teaching. And so the long-term subs, the pay they are getting is $232 a day. Well, now with the associate teacher, let me back up. That's also still considered part-time, which impacts retirement and benefits. With the associate teacher, now we're going to want to make them full-time staff, and they will have benefits. So we're doing this to attract more staff to want to become teachers. Who is eligible? Teacher assistants or long-term subs with bachelor's degrees. They must have been accepted into a program that leads to a teaching endorsement. Candidates partner with the HR department to develop a plan for meeting VDOE licensure requirements. Employees will meet with the HR representative once a quarter to review. They'll be meeting with me. And the annual plan completion is due by June 1st. They must commit to working for Suffolk Public Schools for a minimum of 2 years upon obtaining eligibility for a teaching license. This position requires a commitment to pursuing the qualifications needed for a Virginia teaching license within the 1-year school year employment term. And then within 30 days of initial acceptance as an associate teacher, employee must be actively working on licensure. So what I mean by that is, let's say in March that somebody meets with me, they're wanting to get into this program, they're meeting all the qualifications, I'm going to make sure that they're getting started within 30 days. They're not waiting to next year to go ahead and get started into the program that they're currently working in. The benefits: healthcare and dental coverage, access to the employee wellness program, SPS pharmacy access for Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 prescription medicine, which reduces copays. It's zero copay for preventative care medicine. Group life insurance, and very important, participation in VRS. And the salary scale, I'm not going to go over all of this by line because I know you had access to this already, but just to break it down a little bit, what we did is looking at the salary for TAs, those that have 0 to 2 years experience, we're going to start them at step 0 at $45,141. That's a significant pay raise from what they're currently making. A long-term sub who has 0 years experience as a long-term sub, they're going to start on step 1. For long-term subs, year 1 year experience, they'll start step 1. That's year for year. But if you take a look at the TAs, years 3 through 5, it'll continue to increase as such. And the job description, I'm not going to read all of this to you. However, they are going to be responsible just like all teachers, developing lesson plans, instructing the students, classroom management, making sure they're in contact with parents, evaluating the students just like teachers do. Again, the goal is to make sure that we are preparing them to teach the students that they are working with, getting their full licenses. So on this slide and the next slide, it describes detail to detail what their responsibilities will be. Any questions?
I'm super excited. I am super excited. Dr. Gordon and I have had several conversations about this. I've served as an associate teacher in a neighboring division. And there's one thing that I think, you don't know how, I'm just overwhelmed with joy because we have a lot of people who want to teach in Suffolk. When they realized that I was on the school board, they live here, but we didn't have the associate teacher program, so they had to cross the water to where the programs were. But now that we have it here, I'm expecting us to get a lot of associate teachers to switch back over here. But I do have this question. From being an associate teacher and a career switcher, is it possible for us to provide the lesson plans as a way to make it more appetizing? Because that is the biggest chunk of teachers who do the career switcher, having to deal with lesson plans, differentiating learning. It's a lot to do for someone who's not experienced in it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great question, Mr. Rick, and your answer is yes. But I want to give a little context, so it's multifaceted because the teachers that come in the summer, one of the things that we've also looked at is some of our dynamic new teachers as well as our veteran teachers who do some of the curriculum writing, pacing guides, things of that nature. But the lesson plans that are actually developed are actually occurring during their professional learning communities. So any teacher that was in that building that is teaching the same subject or same grade level, they have the same pacing guide, they're developing it together. So it's our goal to be able to, and that's also our way to make sure that people are on pace when administrators are going in to do evaluations. So yes, that will be taken care of. And one of the things that Dr. Avery and the HR department has done is they also have expanded their mentor teachers. They have a new teacher coach that will also be a part of that support for this. And just to add, because as you said, you and I had talked about this a couple of times, this was also our way to lock in a lot of our staff, especially long-term subs, that did a tremendous job. And we know that February kind of starts the budget cycle, hiring cycle, because positions are being posted. That was one of the conversations I had with the chair and vice chair during agenda review. And our principals also made it very clear to the HR department, as well as the Department of School Leadership, they didn't want to lose the long-term subs. So they actually asked us to move up the date where we will allow long-term subs to be officially hired while Dr. Avery's team was still working on filling those vacancies. So we thought this was going to be a good compromise. And to your point, Mr. Riddick, we also thought this was going to be a great incentive to have our TAs and long-term subs to be able to get into this new pathway, this new program. And as Dr. Avery said, now they will also have full-time benefits.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Did that answer your question?
It does. I do have another question if other board members don't.
Okay, does anybody else have a question before Mr. Riddick asks his follow-up?
I have a question, Dr.
Okay.
Avery. Do you have any information about how the salary for the associate teachers compare to the salaries of other districts that offer the same type program?
Yes, I took a look in comparison, and the two districts that have it are Hampton and Chesapeake. Similar, very similar.
So the salaries are commensurate?
Yes.
Very good. Okay.
And if I could also add to that, Ms. Fields, we also wanted to make sure we were going to be fair to our teachers too. So we basically, it's about $9,000 to $10,000 less than the teacher salary. But we're also, when you really take a look at it, it's actually like $7,000 because of the $3,000 in, reimbursement and things that we're doing for tuition.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if I can ask this question very clearly on here, but I know when we're talking about the Tidewater Education Consortium, and Dr. Gordon knows that I've been asking this question, I had inquired last month about the Education Consortium grant and was given the 7 initiatives. I'm looking on here and I see recruitment, preparation, and professional development. There's specifically 10 spots for the Masters of Arts and 3 spots for the administrative endorsement. How much of this $3 million that we're going to be allotted is being allotted in this particular portion here, of the Quality Partnership Grant that you're talking about? How much of that $3 million is accounted for in what you've stated here?
And Dr. Branch, I'm going to, if it's okay, Dr. Branch will join me on this part here.
Ms. Lindell, can I clarify your question real quick before Dr. Branch asks? So are you asking how much of the Tidewater Education Consortium grant is contributing to this associate teacher program? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I'm looking here. What I originally wanted was to know what percentage of each of the initiatives are what's being budgeted for each of the 7 initiatives that you had stated for me. And I see several of them listed in here, but not all of them. So I'm kind of curious how much of this grant is going to go straight to the teachers versus going to, say, the administration for doctorate. So,
Ms. Linglove, thank you for your question. The Tidewater Education Consortium grant has multiple components, correct?
Correct.
One major component is the teachers. So each of the school divisions of the 3 in the consortium receive about 16 teacher positions, 13 to 16. Whoever does not use all of theirs, if they don't have teachers or teacher candidates who are willing, the other of the 2 divisions can actually take over those spots. So there's that vein of it, and that is going through Norfolk State University. The master's program is through the University of Maryland, and as Ms. Avery said, there's 10 spots allotted for us. And there, again, if a division does not have candidates who are interested in that component of the program, don't have the time, then we can use those spots, share those spots amongst us. And then there's 3 that each division is given for a doctoral program. If you go back through the entire grant, it's a seed grant from the federal government, and that is to build education leaders. So that's leaders at all levels. And the grant was approved with a 98% pass because we did in that grant touch on each area. When it comes to the funding, $10,000 per year per candidate is in the first year. So to answer your question, $10,000 per candidate, doesn't matter which component they're in, $10,000 per candidate per year. And if you look at the grant each year, that number of potential candidates grows. And so we're looking to build a program. It is a 5-year grant. In the first year, it is a planning year. That's what we're doing right now. But our master's cohort actually begins January 29th. And the candidates were just informed from the University of Maryland. We don't touch that process. They do have to be approved there. But we were just informed about that in our meeting on yesterday, in which those candidates from all 3 divisions have been approved. $10,000 per year. It is total of 50 of all 3 components, 50 right now in this first year of candidates at multiple levels, 13 to 16 being just for teachers. And that program will be administered through Norfolk State University, and that will begin in June. They start the semester in May.
Did you just say 13 to 16 for teachers out of 50? Did I hear that?
13 to 16 each division receives.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and if another division doesn't need all of their spots, then we're able to potentially add people to that.
May I ask one more question?
Let me make sure nobody else has, Mr. Riddick had a follow-up too. Does anybody that hasn't spoken have a question?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. First off, Dr. Branch and Dr. Avery, thanks for this. I share with Dr. Gordon the I Teach program. I think it's outstanding. Really great work here. I really think it's going to help with recruiting solid teachers. But to follow up with Mr. Riddick's question regarding lesson plans, who's going to write lesson plans for these teachers? We're not going to burden other teachers with this, are we?
Our lesson plans, as Dr. Gordon mentioned, great question, by the way. We're not burdening anyone. If you're in the teacher role, lesson planning is part of the responsibility. However, we do collaborative plans. And so not one of the associate teacher candidates would just come in and have to do lesson plans. Mr. Riddick had a great opportunity and a great view of a division that actually has a purchasing process for their lesson plans, and so they're able to pass that on to their teachers. Our teachers work collaboratively. My team actually in teaching and learning creates all of the pacing guides, resources, and assessments for our staff right now. And so lesson plans are built off of those instructional resources, curriculum guide, pacing, etc. And the majority, except when it is in a content-specific area, the majority of our teachers, especially at the elementary level, do shared or collaborative planning where they plan together. And we have very few areas where it's teaming, where one teacher has one content at the elementary level, but at the secondary level, it is content-specific. And so our lesson planning process is that teachers develop lesson plans. We use a 5E lesson plan model. We build resources in there for them. And in many cases, it's really a click and pull in activities that were already there.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Branch.
Okay. I believe everybody has had one opportunity, so we can circle back. Mr. Riddick, do you still have another question? Okay.
Okay, my question, based off of my research, there are several divisions that do the associate teacher programs. My question is, are we limiting ourselves to just those who are currently SPS employees, who are teachers' assistants, and long-term subs? Or are we opening up to anyone who has a bachelor's degree that want to career switch? Or are we even going a next step further and partnering with the colleges for some sort, like, hey, if you're a student in Norfolk State education major, you come teach for us, we'll subsidize your college fees. How are we implementing it?
Sure, I appreciate your question, and visionaries, that same vision here. Starting off small, so small ideas with our staff, because building from within. What I've seen with the I Teach program is the number of staff that we currently have that are currently serving our students who are interested in becoming teachers. So I wanted to start there. To answer your question of the goal of partnering with other schools, military, I'm a career switcher myself, former military, so So I do know that definitely there's others out there that are interested in becoming teachers. But initially, Mr. Riddick, we're going to start off with our current staff because of seeing how many of our current staff that are interested in becoming teachers, and then with the goal of next year, stepping up to the other avenues as well.
Can I follow up with that? So I just want to make sure I understand your question, Mr. Riddick. You're specifically asking about the associate teacher program or all of our SPS teacher pathways?
For me, it's the associate teacher program, because from my experience, that's the easiest way to fill vacancies with qualified teachers.
Okay, so I think that the part of the answer that Dr. Avery was giving you was kind of referring to some of our others.
Okay.
But for associate teacher, part of the reason why we're asking you all to approve that, because we want to post that position as a new thing. So that would be open for everybody. Now, I will say, we're going to look at our long-term subs and TAs first, but we're going to open it up for everybody.
To everybody. Okay, I'm good.
Thank you. All right, Board Member Slingleff? Nothing? Okay, anybody else? Okay, so this is an action item with the intention of specifically, we're being asked to approve the associate teacher position for posting very soon. So I'd entertain a motion at this point.
Move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion before we vote? Looks there to be none, so we are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingleff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Number 4 under new business would be, it's listed as info action. We've already had a lengthy discussion about our citizen advisory committees and then the possibility of a temporary school board committee to review necessary changes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion that the board put together a temporary school board committee to review our citizen advisory committees with the consideration of trying to bring on the chairs and the vice chairs of those citizen committees.
Okay, so can you do me a favor and consolidate that motion to an action item that we can take a note and a vote on?
Okay. I move that we approve a temporary school board committee for the purpose of working through the issues we talked about earlier with the citizen advisory committees.
Okay. And is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, it was seconded both by Vice Chair McGee and Board Member Slingleff. Do you have that down, Ms. Gardner? Okay, is there discussion?
The survey regarding every member of the committee, not just those who are non-SPS employees who serve, but all, including SPS employees.
Yes, sir.
Is it automatically believed that that's going to be the first step, or that's what this committee will move forward with, is conducting that survey, or is it just solely moving forward with an idea? I know earlier you said this was something we had to vote on later.
I mean, that would be a discussion we can have. My vision is if we establish a committee tonight, that becomes the duty of the committee to, prioritize that and take that action first. But I will defer to the attorney here. Is there an appropriate way to also tie in a survey of our current appointees?
Two things that I think you need to be mindful of in the event you create this committee, that it will be a committee to carry out functions of the school board. As such, it's going to be subject to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, so that whenever you hold your meetings, be sure to give notice of your meetings to the public and make sure your meetings are open so public can attend. The other thing is you can schedule or set the committee tonight. Under your policy, the chair could actually appoint the board members to serve on that committee. You may also want to consider giving a specific charge to this committee. Right now, it sounds a little nebulous to me in terms of what you're going to be doing. And I think that if you want this committee to be effective, I think you need to be clear in terms of what your expectations are.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion?
Yes, I concur with the advice from Attorney Waller. We want to make sure we have measures in place so we can make sure that our committee that's looking at this is able to move in the right direction, that we can judge if they're doing it correctly or not. One of the measures I would suggest is that when they conduct a survey to all members of the committee, they bring back all challenges or barriers faced by that committee. And Attorney Waller, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you're saying give them the charge, this is the angle in which you're recommending for us council or asking the board to be mindful of?
One of the ways you could go about this is tonight you could say you would like to have a temporary board committee to review necessary changes to citizen advisory committees, and then allow the policy review committee to actually put that committee as one of your standing committees in your board policy, along with some of the other standing committees that you now have. And that way you will be real clear in terms of what that committee is expected to do.
May I ask a question for clarification? So what you just suggested is that if we establish this temporary committee, and then you said the policy review committee is then to put in, is it then to make it more permanent as another standing committee, or you're saying put in parameters for it to function?
It would put in the parameters so that it will know how to function. Just like with all your other standing committees, there are descriptions of those committees.
Sure.
And so the policy review committee could actually come up with the description for this committee so that it will know exactly how it is to work. And then that description of that committee would come back to you for you to actually vote on.
Okay.
So basically tonight what you would be saying is that you would like to see this committee formalized.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes to the next step, policy review, develop the language in terms of what the committee will do, bring that back to you for you to actually formally vote on as part of one of your policies.
Okay. What are your
Madam
thoughts?
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Madam Chair, may I ask the attorney a question, please?
Sure.
Attorney Waller, are you suggesting two separate motions, one to form the committee and one to send it to policy review to be created?
The motion tonight could actually add to that to send it to policy review for a policy to be developed around this committee.
So that would require someone to amend their motion then?
Yes.
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
What is the, do you have an estimation on timeline? Because we have to be ready by June.
Correct.
So it's, I'm going to say it's already February because we passed the 15th. What is the suggested timeline of its getting to policy review committee, first reading, second reading, all of this other stuff? So
There is a policy review committee that has been set up to take place on the 29th of this month. Keep in mind that you could always waive a second reading, and this may be a policy that you may want to do that. So there is a likelihood that you could have something from policy review for your next month's meeting.
Does that answer your question?
it does.
Okay. Do you have another one? No. Anyone else have any questions? Okay, so right now the motion on the floor is to move to approve a temporary committee, in so many words, to evaluate the efficacy of our citizen advisory committees. I know that's not the exact wording. Is that what we're leaving the motion as?
Madam Chair, I can
Yes.
amend my amendment to fall in line with what Attorney Waller has recommended. So I would like to amend my amendment or amend my motion to say that I would like the school board to approve the creation of the temporary school board committee to review the necessary changes our school board, our citizen advisory committee that we currently have, and to send this to policy review for them to craft the appropriate policy to guide this temporary committee.
Okay. So the motion has been made to establish a committee and direct policy review committee to set guidelines for said committee. Is there a second for that motion? Second. We have a second. Was that you, Board Member Jenkins? Okay. I'm going to give Ms. Gardner a second to, you're good? All right. Any further discussion? No, it looks like we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Item number 5 is info action. Items for consideration in the budget planning and approval process. I would like to ask Board Member Slinglove to lead the discussion on this, since she was the one that requested this be added to the agenda.
Thank you. Sorry. Trying to be efficient up here and help out a little bit here, since I'm going to be saying several things. So I'm trying to be proactive, understanding that next month we're going to receive the superintendent's proposed budget. I wanted to kind of go ahead. There's a couple things that I know in advance of getting the budget that I would like to see, some information that I would like to see regarding, first one would be regarding the administrative school board. Last year I know I requested to see the actual expenditures of the school board, and we had discussed it a little late in the game. I wanted to be proactive this year and to put forth a request. I feel that it's prudent as a school board that we should look at our own budget, and as long as I've been on the board, which is now my 3rd year, I know that we have never looked at our budget and how we've spent our budget, where we've spent it, what we spent it on. We know very little about where our monies go. I think it's very prudent and wise that we assess our own monies that have been expended, and the best way to project our own budget for the future year that's upcoming would be to look at the past and see how it's been expended up to this point. So I move that the board receive a report from the superintendent containing all actual itemized expenditures of the administrative school board's operating costs, subdivided into the categories of purchased services, travel and training, dues and subscriptions, materials and supplies, and food for meetings for both the 2022-23 and 2023-24 fiscal school years. This report of all actual itemized expenditures shall include the following details as applicable: date, item purchased or reimbursed, vendor name, description, purpose, purchase amount, and board members' names. This report should be in an Excel spreadsheet and is to be received no later than February 27th, 2025, when the board receives a copy of the superintendent's proposed budget.
Second.
Okay, so there is a motion that has been made and seconded. I don't know about you guys. Just for clarity, in summary, you want a report of what we as a board have spent the past 2 years in each category, an itemized report.
Yes, I would like it itemized. I would like it to be in Excel so we can sort through it. It should reflect what we have on our budget, which last year's budget, I believe, is on page 122. It should reflect all of the categories that are listed here, so we can actually see what has been spent, where it's been spent, so we can assess what is valuable, what is proactive, what we want to continue doing with the monies that are allotted to us. And there may be some areas that we don't want to continue with. There may be some areas that we want to see increased. But I would like to, we won't know that until we look at the actual itemizations.
Okay, so with a motion and a motion on the floor that's been seconded, is there discussion, questions, feedback by other board members?
I have a question.
Yes, Board Member
So
Jenkins.
for clarity, so for each board member, you want to know, like the conference we went to, how much the conference was, hotel, where we stayed, where we ate, how much that cost, and all. That's what you want? That's what you're saying?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would like to see all of the expenditures. The board member that's associated or tied with it is secondary. That's not the primary. I'm not looking for the purpose of seeing what each board member has done. I'm looking to see what all the expenditures are under each of the categories. The focus is not just to see how much a particular board member has spent, but to see what things as a board we've spent. And that is one of the details that should be included.
I'd like to ask a question.
Member Fields?
What, in the past, I mean, I'm sure all of that has been reported in the past. What happens with the budget? Does those items have to somehow be reconciled in the report currently?
Can you?
Do I need to ask that again?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm sure that a budget has been presented, has been provided. I'm sure all of the information about the expenditures are in the budget. Is that not true? Does the budget have to be reconciled in some way to show, to reflect all of that, and instead of being item by item?
So to answer your question, what we've received in the past, when we get a budget presentation, it's a dollar amount for travel and training, a dollar amount for materials and supplies, a dollar amount for professional services, purchase services, things like that. And then we get monthly bills and payroll, but there's never a point where we have an overall big picture look unless we go back over, you know, the months and months of bills and payroll, because it's not it's a read-only document. So there's never a point where we have gotten to the end of the year and said, this is what we set aside for you to spend in travel and training, here's what you ended up doing, here's what's left. Unless we go back ourselves over the past 12 months, highlight through those 50 pages per month, looking for, you know, where it says school board. So to answer your question, there's a budget that's given to us in February, but unless we go back ourselves, highlighting through the spreadsheets, there's not a report that comes to us that specifically reconciles what we actually spent. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I would like to say, you know, I agree with Board Member Slingloff. The more finite detail we have when it comes to what is spent, the better I'll feel as a board member making a decision on how I'm going to vote for a budget. This is very important. You know, we are an oversight body, and we have to, as board members, understand what we're agreeing to and where that money's going. So anytime anyone on this board wants to see more detail when it comes to how money's spent, I'm going to support that.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
This to me is a matter of board transparency and accountability and planning purposes for this board in continuing to be transparent and accountable. It is hard to plan for our upcoming year if we don't know what we've done in the past. It is important as a board that if we expect this from our employees, then I think we need to lead the charge on this and start the process of, one, understanding our own personal board budget, where our money is being spent, you know, and two, being good stewards over that money. And so this is the beginning steps in that process for us to be able to look at our own budget and make some decisions as to how we want to move forward as a board.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any other feedback or context? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Do you need it to be reread? Is everybody good? Everybody's good? Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. Discussion is complete. We're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
No.
Board Member Jenkins?
No.
Board Member Slinglup?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I have one other item, and it has to do with the administration portion of Suffolk Public Schools. When I look at our budget from last year, the instructional support on here, and when I go back to see where we've come in the last 4 or 5 years with our instructional support, I see a drastic increase. Back in 2018-19, we had instructional support for an assistant superintendent and a coordinator of pupil personnel for 2 employees, totaling $347,779. Jumping from that point even to the next year, but certainly up to where we were last year, we have upwards of 40-something employees with nearly $6 million. So I see a very large increase in our support, instructional support staff in the administration. And considering the fact that in 2018, we had 2018 is 14,324 students. The following year, 14,265. I think we're maybe a few hundred over that. Proportionately, the increase in our administrative overhead has skyrocketed, and it's not reflected in the number of pupils that we've added to our rosters at Suffolk Public Schools. Additionally, and I think this goes right in line with Virginia Code 22.1-253, which says that the local school board should provide support services necessary for the efficient, effective operation and maintenance of its public schools. This is part of our purview in assessing the staffing within our school division. As it relates directly to student achievement, I know we had COVID and there were setbacks with COVID. I know we are slowly making some strides, but for the increase in the administrative overhead that we've added to our budget, I don't think that we've made the same strides to get back to even where we were pre-COVID. And so I think it's only prudent and wise that we take a look at our staffing, and not to, I want to dispel this right now, not to eliminate any staff positions or anything. That's not the question, but to be able to assess it. I know for myself, since I've been on the board for 2 years, I've never seen a full layout of the staffing in our administrative office and even within the schools. I know we have 2 new board members, even just myself and Dr. Brittingham. If we haven't received that and we have 2 new board members, that's a majority of the board that has not seen this information, which should be accessible to us. So,
may I interject
yes.
really quick and ask a question for clarity?
Yes.
When you say we have not seen that, what do you mean?
You'll see what I'm about to, my motion, what I'm asking for.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. So no, that's okay. So my motion, and this is my last motion in this category, and I didn't know if anybody else had anything else to add that they wanted to request before the budget. But my motion is, I move that the board receive an administrative survey report, that's what I titled it, containing the name, job title, work location, supervisor's name, salary, and contract end date for each administrative employee within Suffolk Public Schools, including all non-clerical employees in the school administrative office, as well as all administrators in our 21 schools. This report should be in an Excel spreadsheet and is to be received no later than February 27th, 2025, when the board receives a copy of the superintendent's proposed budget.
Second. Okay, can you, for my sake, read it one more time?
Sure. I move that the board receive an administrative survey report containing the name, job title, work location, supervisor's name, salary, and contract end date for each administrative employee within Suffolk Public Schools, including all non-clerical employees in the school administrative office, as well as all administrators in our 21 schools. This report should be in an Excel spreadsheet and is to be received no later than February 27th, 2025, when the board receives a copy of the superintendent's proposed budget.
Okay, so for clarity, it's an administrative survey of both our SAO staff, excluding non-clerical,
Correct.
and then the administrators inside of our buildings.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion? There's a motion and a second on the floor.
I just have one question, Madam Chair.
Board Member Jenkins?
So with the increases that we put in place, over 5 years ago, does that make any difference to how it has increased? I'm asking either Mrs. Forsman, because with the tiers that we did to get our staff up to par, including bus drivers and everyone, is that a part of that increase?
Dr. Gordon?
Ms. Forsman, could you, no, it's not really help because, we always try to make sure that we are kind of aware of some of the things that we're going to discuss so that we can give the board adequate answers. So I'm going to ask Ms. Forsman to answer after I answer the first part. So one of the things I do want to point out, and we'll give part of the reason why Ms. Gardner is setting up meetings with our 2 new board members is to really understand the layout of the budget book. On each heading in the budget book, for every category, it tells you how many FTEs there are for each department. Now, on our website, it has the listing of all administrators for each department. On school websites, it has the listings of all administrators for each school. So, we can compile that information, but I do want to make it clear that information you do already have. Now, one of the things that I think, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Forsman because I'm going to give her a chance to explain how the coding for things have changed and how she has to make sure that within the line item budget that she puts the proper position with each department. But before you get to that, I also want to make it clear that every new administrative position that has occurred, at least during my tenure, I've always brought it to the board, is a part of our budget presentation. Like when we have this meeting at the end of February, I'm going to talk about an immediate staffing need so we can take some of the staffing work off of our schools to hire a staffing specialist. So during my tenure, for example, we have created, the first position I created was Director of Curriculum Instruction. Then we changed to the chief system, where Ms. Forsman, for example, was an executive director of finance, became chief of finance. Then we also created 3 years ago the chief of schools position that Dr. Bird currently holds. So anytime a new position is created, there's also going to be a clerical that goes along with that. We also added more HR help. Dr. Avery has probably the smallest HR department in the region. We also added more budget and finance help because Ms. Forsman has the second smallest budget and finance department in the region. So, Ms. Forsman, I want to turn it over to you so you can kind of give some context to some of the questions that Ms. Slingluff has brought up, and then I'll kind of wrap it up after that.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. It's kind of, I won't say it's dangerous, but it's really difficult to go back that long and really fully understand the changes that the state makes to coding that require us to move things around. If you look, you won't see that we've received that much more budget money for instruction support administrators, okay? So we've not received from the state a lot of money to get these administrators. What happened was in 2017 and behind that, we had a system where we could code for the state any coordinator, specialist, those kinds of folks of any content area could be coded as an 1100 teacher. So they were all coded that way. When it got to 2018, the state said, you know, we really are trying to nail down what is administration versus what is teachers, and they wanted us to clean that up. So we went through a process of removing the content specialists out of special ed, out of CTE, out of the regular instruction, and move them over to instructional support. That's why they told us we had to code them. So we began moving them at that time. Now we have, I agree, put new positions there, but as Dr. Gordon said, all agreed by the board under budget either presentations or separately during the year as needed. But all of that came from, the base of it came from instruction. It was coded in instruction to begin with. Okay. So we moved that over, and when we moved it over, we decided multiple years later, it took us a couple of years to figure out that, wait a minute, if we move the person, we probably need to move their travel and training and their any kind of materials. So we began moving that over at that time. So that's why you're seeing that. But you won't see that we were given a bunch of money from the state to add administrators, because that's not what happened. What we did was shift them from instruction to instructional support because the state said we had to code it there. The entire budget book is based on the state's coding. Every year they tell us where we have to code things. So things that you would not think that should be in a place are actually put there because the state tells us that's how we have to code them.
Okay, thank you.
I couldn't press the button. And just to follow up with that, Ms. Forsman, roughly what percentage of SPS budget is administration?
Right at 2%.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Forsman, I appreciate that explanation. What I want to remind everyone is we are an elected oversight body who is mandated by the state to approve a budget. So when there are questions about how many administrators we have, how much money, when board member Slingloff made her presentation that we nearly had a $5.5 million increase within a 6-year period, yet academically our kids have not, we haven't gotten any better. That's a concern as a board member. So we as an oversight body, we have to look, hey, is the juice really worth the squeeze? Are we appropriated money the right way to improve academics? So receiving a document like this, I think it's a fairly simple thing, for the team to get together, and I believe it should be welcomed by all board members for us to make sure we're making the right decisions before we sign our name and put our name to a vote with taxpayers' money.
Thank you. I want to interject here, if I may, because I just want to, I thank you for the clarity that you gave to me, especially, that it wasn't just a matter of, we went from 2 administrators to 40-something in instructional support. It was that they were there all the time. They were just under a different category until the VDOE said, no, put them here. So, it's maybe also a relevant point, like what has the growth in administrative positions been versus just looking at that movement specifically. And I do agree we are responsible for oversight. I was elected to do that, so I'm not opposed to that. I just want to make sure, like, the clarity I got just listening here changed my question a little bit. Well, I didn't even have that lengthy question, but just the thought process of, okay, we went from 2 to 40, but the explanation was not that we went from 2 to 40. There were always that 40, but some were here and some were there and some were there. So I just wanted to make, that point, make sure everybody else caught that, because I think that is relevant. Now I will stop talking and open the floor back up to whoever else might have a question or some feedback.
I'm going to say something, and I might get in trouble for what I'm about to say.
Well, then let's think.
But the reality is this, look. Dr. Gordon said it already exists. Pretty much what's being asked. That's what he said. Is it a way we can just put it in one document with the information so we can be done with it? Because if it already exists, just put it in one document, let's move forward and tackle student achievement and what we got to do there. I understand we want to be good stewards over our financial resources, and I definitely understand, I agree. But if the information exists but it's not in one location, what type of impact does that put on the staff to put that in one location?
Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your summary comment, Mr. Riddick. So, the administration gathering won't take a lot of time. The school board member expenditures will, and that's going to be both budget and finance as well as a heavy burden on Ms. Gardner. I think that the challenge for me, because I know that we're all trying to be able to collaborate and do things, in a different manner. I specifically sent an email, and Ms. Jenkins specifically sent an email asking if this topic right here that was being discussed right now would not necessarily create, but will there be any workload attached to staff doing this? And I was told no. But as you can see from these, two reports, and one of them, to your point, is easier. Administration is easier. But from these two reports, this does take a chunk of work for budget and finance and the clerk's office. So, we were using the example from when Mr. McGee had asked questions earlier about the calendar. I have said this before, and I'll put the request in again. Anytime we're going to have a discussion like this, especially when it comes to funds or something that could lead to additional discussion, can we please get these questions in advance so I don't have to call Ms. Forsman up and ask her to regurgitate information like that? And thank God she's good and she knows it, But it would be so much better if we had that information. This way, when, for example, Ms. Lindlove is asking this question, Ms. Forsman could have already kind of had a handout for you all that you could have referred to so that we can have that processing go through. We will never, ever, shy away from any questions that the board has. But we would request that we're given a time, a chance to research. And in the report that you're asking for, Ms. Lindlove, we have to be able to put the report together that, works well for both Ms. Gardner and Ms. Forsman. I know you're telling us exactly how you want it. We're going to get that information in there, but it may not be exactly, in the same format, so to speak. But it will have all that information in there. I mean, when we're talking about school board member spending, we're talking about going back and taking a look at not only what was on the P cards, but any electronic registrations. And then Ms. Gardner then has to research every conference, every webinar for 12 board members, because that's what we've had in that time frame that you're talking about, for 2 years. That's a lot. So, it's definitely going to be our goal. We're going to get you the information. That's not going to be a problem. But I do want that request to be put in that when we have conversations and discussions like this, send it to us, because that's the only reason I was asking that question. Send it to us so that Ms. Forsman can be prepared, I can be prepared, or whomever else is on the team can be prepared so that we can hopefully have some information for you that night that we can refer to as we're having the conversation. That's all I'm asking.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
To clarify in response to Dr. Gordon, I wasn't asking any questions tonight. So when the email was sent to me, is there anything the staff needs to know in advance of the meeting to be able to answer questions? There was nothing. I simply wanted to ask for a report. I knew that if I requested this report on my own, that I would not be given this report. So in order to get this report, the only way that I could receive this report is if it was voted on by the board and the will of the board supported it. This is not information that I'm asking to be, I'm simply wanting the information to be shared with us as board members. I'm not asking anything that I want clarified or whatever. I simply laid out what it is that I'm requesting to be shared with the board. I believe it's pertinent. I believe the board should be aware of this information. I don't think there's any harm in it. I think that we are overseers of this school division. So as far as advance notice, there was not a discussion. There shouldn't have been a need to draw out any staff, or any staff would have been prepped. I appreciate the idea. If I had questions on anything that was on the agenda, I could ask it in advance. I understand that idea, but this was not a question. This was simply a request that I knew would require a vote of the board, and if it's the will of the board, then this is my request.
Thank you. Any further comments or discussion? So are we clear on the motion on the floor, or does it need to be reread? Seems we're clear. There's a motion on the floor for administrative survey. It's been seconded. We're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
No.
Board Member Jenkins?
No.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Number 6 on new business is an information-only item, but I'm going to yield the floor to Dr. Gordon to explain what's going on with the Innovation Center.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had provided the board with this information document and a rough scale map of the Innovation Center, which is formerly the early childhood section of CCAP. That is, we move the teacher on the inside. The background that I've explained during the organizational meeting, I'll just reiterate again. As we all know, we have the STEM Academy of Booker T. Washington that is starting up next year. We will have 6 STEM Academy classrooms that currently are housing 16 of our teaching and learning specialists. We do not have the room at the current professional building to house 16 of our teaching and learning specialists. So in order to make these specific classrooms for the STEM Academy, because we know we're going to have an increase more than likely in enrollment at Booker T. Washington, we need those 6 classrooms. So these 16 specialists need to have somewhere to go. So I wanted to bring this to the board. We're looking at a multi-phase project, but I wanted to be able to bring this to the board for us to be able to convert that early childhood space into what we're calling the SPS Innovation Center, because these are where the specialists under Dr. Branch and teacher learning team and Dr. Leitner are going to create educational innovation. So this is a rough sketch that we have asked one of our 2 architects, RRMM, to create. And we wanted the board to be able to be aware of this, because after this meeting, we're going to be putting this out to bid for construction. And the timeline is, imperative because of the need to have this ready to go in the fall. So this is a information item because we wanted to make sure that we did have some time to discuss this with the board. But as the memo that Ms. Forsman wrote says, we're looking to have a bid go out to construction in the very, very near future.
Thank you for the information. Now I'm going to open it to the board for questions and comments.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So I guess the first question I want to know is how much of the funds that are coming in for the FY 2025, how much money is there?
Dr. Gordon, are you asking where in the budget?
No, I'm asking how much money will there be? Because it wasn't stated in the email or the memo that was given to us. How much money do you expect?
Okay, Dr. Gordon.
Yeah, Ms. Forsman or Ms. Napier, if you want to come and add, but that's one of the things, Dr. Brittingham, we won't know until the bid comes in. Remember, this is going to be a probable capital expense that I think we'll be using year-end funding to try to do. Ms. Forsman, you want to expand on that?
Yes, sir. We may end up using multiple year-end funding to get it done in order to do the entire project. But, excuse me, we don't know until the bid comes back what is going to happen with the money. We don't really know how much it's going to cost. We have an estimate of what we think it might cost, but again, until we actually get the competitive bids back and we know who has the best price for us and if they can actually accomplish it in the timeline and what materials they're using, all those are part of evaluating the bids when they come in. We really won't know a cost until that time.
Okay, well, it wasn't the cost, it was the estimated amount of money that we thought would be coming in at the year-end funds that I was interested in. About approximately, how much money do you think will be available?
I don't have that right now. That's why we won't really do this much before March, because we have to know kind of where we're going to be. And the March ADM determines our funds. So we may come back to you with a plan it goes out for bid. We may come back to you in February to say, hey, we'd like to put this contract out, but part of the contract's going to say if funds are available. We never put a contract out that we don't put that in there.
Okay. My second question at this point is that we appear to be circumventing our CIP in this process, and that is very concerning to me. As board members, again, our fiscal responsibility and oversight, we spend some time looking every year, multiple times a year at times, at our CIP, and we have other structures, other buildings on our CIP that are in desperate need of either renovation or just a complete rebuild. I'm thinking Kilby Shores, Elephants Fork, Nansman Parkway, MacBen. I'm thinking of these schools that we keep kicking the can down the line on, and we're just going to come through with this project and just circumvent it past the CIP and put it out there because we've got money at the end of the year possibly. I'm really concerned about that because as a board, we look at and we've talked about the age of some of the buildings on the CIP, and we should have done better a decade ago, and we haven't. And so I have lots of reservations at this point that we should be putting this at the top of the list when we have far greater needs in our school community right now.
Dr. Gordon, can I ask you to speak on how this came to be? I would say a minor project as compared to the...
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. And thank you for your question, Dr. Brittingham. So to give you an example, some of the schools that you just mentioned will probably cost about $53 million. This project will probably be a couple of million, if that. And probably won't even be $2 million. But we won't know, as Ms. Forsman said, because we have to put the bid out for the construction piece, and then we have to determine how much money we have left in year-end spending, because this is not on the CIP, and the city does not have this as a part of their CIP because it's such a small project compared to $53 million for a school. We're not circumventing the CIP because the CCAP renovation is still on the CIP. This is outside of that. And remember, part of the reason why we are looking at this particular wing or smaller building that's at CCAP is because the school community was not sending their children out there for our early childhood students to work with. So we had all of this space that was really being used by our one teacher, former teacher of the year, who does a great job, and about 6 to 12 students. And then on the other side was the early childhood business that didn't have any, clients. So that was part of the reason, working with Dr. Skinner, that we moved the teacher inside to be able to make room for this. And it's not trying to go around what the CIP is, but, Dr. Brittingham, I'm sure you are well aware, part of that CIP is also finally finding a space that's big enough for all of the central office staff. We have staff at Booker T. Washington. We have staff here in this building for years. Even before I got here, central office had outgrown the professional building. So it wasn't until the city manager and the deputy city managers walked through and they saw 4 people in an office, 3 people in an office. And luckily, the day that they came, it was raining, so they could hear the water running down the inside of the wall. And so now that we have this great opportunity with this STEM Academy, we don't have the classrooms anymore for the teacher specialists to go, the content area folks to go. And there is no other space in the school division for them to go. As you know, we have over 50 mobile units because we have outgrown our schools. And I agree with you. This is something that, all of us have been trying to get done. This is why the school division is not asking the city for this. We are trying to pay for this ourselves because we want to be able to have the city pay for those larger projects that you mentioned, those schools. So, we'll know more information after the bid comes back, and then we will present the contract to you all. It's our goal to present the winning bid, so to speak, to you all in February. But we have to have a plan in place because we need those classrooms in September.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Gordon, to you and your team, when did we realize that once Booker T was established as this new STEM Academy that we were going to lose that class space? And second question is, if we do not have the funds, what's the backup plan?
So we realized that after the grant was approved, after we presented to the state and realized it was going to be 6 total classrooms, Dr. Branch's team working with Dr. Brock, we went around and took a look. So between that time when we got approved last spring, Mr. McGee, to now was when the design work came in. As soon as this sketch design work came in, that's when we put it on the organizational meeting agenda. So as soon as we got it, we gave it to the board. Plan B is going to be interesting and tough, where we begin to take a look at some of our other spaces that we have in all of our schools. It might be an office here, it might be an office there. Then we get back to having the T&L team can't collaborate. And then we also get back to 2 and 3 people in the office all throughout the school division. So I'll be honest, Mr. Biggie, I don't want to think about Plan B because I know it's not sustainable. It won't be sustainable until we get more of our schools built, and ideally it won't be sustainable until a new central office is finally gets done.
Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm kind of taken aback with this because just a couple of months ago, I believe in this same room, if my memory serves me correctly, we were talking about Driver Elementary School and the cost it would take to tear down the building, and we didn't have the $500,000 to tear down the building. But now we're possibly asking for a renovation that's a couple of million. It bothers me that we have schools that there was an early childhood program with classes, a staff that did it according to what was said a few moments ago, and we have schools that are 5 to 10 minutes away from this site that could have used the capacity relief and even sending pre-K from one site to this site. I don't like the whole the concept about the way we're moving. The operations center was designed not to be a clinic, not to be a health center. But it seems like we're shifting the purpose of what we designed the building for. I'm not opposed to health treatment. I think it's a good idea. But when Dr. Whitney suggested the operations center and the board act upon it, it wasn't to become a health center. It was to house the operational aspects of what we needed. If we're going to identify a couple $1 million to build this, based off of the reports I've seen, we only needed a couple $1 million to build the warehouse phase at the operations center, so we could have stopped occurring a year, well, the city pays it, but occurring a yearly expenditure. So where I'm kind of concerned is, what is our overall goal? Because we have 2 mobile units that I had the pleasure of going into, not the classroom size, but the administrative size is big. That's sitting at Freeney Avenue and has been there since last year, that are in good condition. If we so short on space, could we ask the city, since we done gave it back without counting up the costs, could we ask the city if we could move those mobile units and place them there? That way we can get the buildings to be our schools used for instruction and get our staff in other places. I mean, I'm kind of getting frustrated with the aspect of it's like I'm being blindsided with this. I'm not against the need. I know that there's a need. My concern is, if we're talking about capacity at our schools, and this is a building that's already designed where we could possibly relieve capacity at, per se, Elephants Fork or Hill Point or Kilby Shores. Those schools are just one exit away. And then we could, improve our teacher cadet program where our students are there helping throughout the day. I just don't get it how we can mysteriously come up with $2 million a couple of million for this, but we can't come up with a couple million to finish out what we have already started at Operations Center. We're doing too many small sporadic projects, and we're not finishing those ones that's already been on the books. And I heard Board Member Brittingham and what she said about a decade ago. A decade ago, our economy was not nearly as good as it is now. We don't make our own money. We deal with what we got, but we got to be strategic, and we have to move with excellence, with intentionality. So I have major reservations about this. I know this is informational, but to me, it seems like it's, this is what's going to be done. What do we do at this point now?
Thank you. If I can ask for clarity, if you're intending to put this out for bid, is it coming back to the board for approval?
Yes, ma'am, and that's our intention. And as we're looking at this, I gotta kind of clarify some of the things that Mr. Riddick just stated. So you're right, where the Operations Center originally, when it was created, was to have phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 was completed now, phase 2 was on the books. And the CIP from 2 years ago, phase 2 was going to cost $14 million. Then last year, it was going to cost $15 million. So there is a huge amount of, financial difference between, phase 1 and phase 2 and what we're looking at to do. Now, if you look at this design here, Mr. Riddick, we're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 offices. This isn't classroom space. We're talking about 5 offices. Now, I know you were referring to the second part of what we may look at if it ever gets to that point, and that was to create a wellness clinic so that our staff, similar to the pharmacy, could actually have doctors on site, right? We wanted to be able to potentially use that as another way to separate us from other school divisions and to use it as an employee benefit. But that's down the road, right? That's why the memo says we will potentially bring that to you later. The main concern right here is to find space. If this was classrooms, we may have 2. Now, the mobile units that you're referring to on Freeney Avenue, sometimes I'm a bad man, but I bet you if we pick those up, they will fall apart immediately. Because they're old. And you and I both, they're old. Now, I agree with the whole concept of everybody being strategic with our money, and that's the reason why we're trying to do this, because we know that we have school projects underway, about to start, and we're trying to lobby to get Elephant's Fork pushed up, right? So from the 75 million for JFK, the 20 million for Northern Shores estimate, and then taking a look at then building a new elementary school, probably be about 55 million. I mean, that's a lot for us to ask, because I think we all know when we have our joint meetings, the city's made it very clear that we also have to think about all the other projects they have going on. So we weren't going to try to depend on the city for this. Now, part of the reason why Ms. Forsman gave that response to Dr. Brittingham's question is, we don't know how much of this we'll be able to afford. There is an office in there, there's 3 offices that are currently in there, but things need to be moved around because of 16 people that we want to collaborate. So this is a self-sufficient project, and part of the reason why I gave it to you all last week was so that no one would be blindsided, so you would have more time to process things, because I know that was a part of the conversations the board made clear they wanted more time. So this is info for the night, right? Then once the bid comes back and we bring this back to you all in February, we can continue, that conversation, because then we'll have the exact number, Dr. Brittingham, that you're asking for. Okay. And then we'll be able to take a look to see if it's even feasible. And if it's not feasible, then Mr. McGee, then that's when I come up with plan B. I think that those are some of the things that we have to look at, but I have to make sure that the board is aware. The problem is the professional building. That's the problem. It's not the CIP. It's not the fact that we're starting the STEM Academy. The problem is the current SAO. Again, 16 staff at Booker T, staff here at Kings Fork Middle School. You know, we have people spread out anywhere we can find an office to make sure that we can give, you know, some folks some privacy or whatever else there is at the SAO that's needed. But until we resolve wherever the city's deciding they're going to put us for central office, we have to come up with plans like this until we actually get the money from the city.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Gordon, if possible, before next month's meeting, if you and your team could come up with at least 2 to 3 courses of action, or at least 2 other courses of action outside of this, I think it would do the board a big benefit. This is an option, but it's not the only option. I would like to hear more on the 2 mobile units that Board Member Riddick brought up. You know, our children, they're in mobile units. So if it's good enough for them and that's a option, I would like to see that presented as well with a cost analysis.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
This is why I suggested when I brought the information a couple years back when Talhammer had a commercial property for sale for $800,000, of which I have no financial benefit or gain at all. Sometimes we have to be strategic to anticipate our needs. And I brought this before, and my concern is I would ask that staff go back to these other big companies who have commercial office space already that are leasing or willing to sell and see what they have. Because if we can purchase something that's already and it's less than a renovation cost, it's an asset to us versus having to come in and you don't know what you're going to get until you start working. This is an old building as well. Just as, you know, you move a trailer, it may fall apart. You may go in there and it may not be what we think it is. It may be more, it may be less. But let's look at other options, such as what buildings are out there for sale. There was an opportunity at one point in time, I don't know if the city owns this building or not, the old SunTrust, I believe we were offered usage of that building. There's upstairs office space that we possibly could utilize. There's a building adjacent to the school administrative office that is for sale or lease that we could possibly move in and go and grab. There's other businesses within the downtown core that we can go after. But a $2 million price tag, if that's our last option, I understand it, but I'm asking that we explore and see what other options are out there that are already office spaces.
Thank you. It sounds like both of you are in agreement that you'd like to hear another option or 2. Anybody else have any input on this topic? Okay, so we're going to move on. That was information only. Number 7 is a discussion and then setting the date for the second school board monthly meeting. For context, it was approved at the organizational meeting that the will of the board was to schedule a second monthly meeting beginning in March, because we already have a February budget meeting scheduled. And so tonight it's upon us to determine when that would be during the month, and other questions to consider. Would that include a work session and dinner, or would it be sufficient to have just a business meeting for the second meeting? I have some information to share with you that I've asked Dr. Gordon to gather for me, and I have already talked to a couple of board members, and this information is even further updated from the last time we spoke. So if you all want to have dinner for a second monthly meeting, the cost of dinner for the board members and staff that are required to be here is $11.25. That's $1,125 per dinner. So you are essentially doubling the cost of dinner if we're considering having a full-on work session, dinner, and business meeting, the second meeting of the month. the cost for staff to be here, particularly our IT support. Mr. Littlefield's team is $727 per meeting, and then we pay $51 an hour for an officer to be in attendance at our meetings. So I guess some discussion that I would like to hear is, do we think it's necessary to have a second work session and second dinner, or are we more focused on having an overflow for the business? What would be a reasonable, the fourth Thursday of the month, since we're already meeting the second Thursday? But if you pose that, I want to point out to you November and December, those are usually going to coincide with our holidays. So I will take suggestions and conversation, especially Mr. Riddick, you brought this up initially, so if you want to lead this discussion, that would be great.
Yes, Madam Chair, I still believe it's necessary. However, I do, listening to the budget applications there, I do believe that we can forego a lot of those expenditures. For an example, we have a culinary program at CCAP. We could pay them, or we could just order out, takeout from somewhere and still be at a fraction of that price for food. It is my suggestion. It is necessary that we meet twice. I'm kind of concerned why we're paying additional hours for staff. If staff members are salaried, can't they adjust their time? As I've heard sometimes when meetings run late, staff are told they can report later. So why are we paying additional money for salaried staff to all who are paid a salary to be here when they can just adjust their time? That's my opinion. I think with this meeting here, for an example, we could have split this meeting in half, got what we needed to go as far as the other stuff, did the work session and these hot items at a second meeting, been out here by 9 o'clock if we had two meetings, therefore saving money, especially when we had a 12-hour marathon meeting. So if time is the issue, then everyone who speaks needs to be on a time clock. Board members, if we give citizens time restraints, presenters, everyone need to be on a time clock. But it is necessary to have two meetings. For an example, tonight we're getting this information. I'm certain we would want to dive into it in more detail. But, you know, I'm going to stop there, Fred.
Just to clarify, we've already voted to have two meetings. So now tonight we need to decide when is the second meeting and what do we want the structure of the second meeting to be.
I would say leave the structure the same. Keep it as parallel to our counterparts on City Council. They meet the first and third Wednesday, I believe. We can meet the second and fourth Thursday. That way, if there's any additional field trips or if our team win a level of competition at this week, we don't have instances where they are approved to go and the board has to come back and formally approve, but it's already been done. We'll still have that time. I think we can condense the business portion to move it where policies for the adoption be taken at the second meeting, first reading at the first meeting, adoption at the second meeting. We could take it where even work sessions, we can take work sessions and move it out the way and move it to one particular meeting date where you have more time to get it. You can take all appeals and all requests to the board and move it on the second date versus trying to do it all on one night.
May I pause for a second and just clarify? So are you suggesting we do a work session only one of the two? Yes. Okay, because you originally said the same structure, so I want to make sure. So if we do a work session only at our the OG meeting, the second Thursday, then presumably the follow-up meeting, if you will, we won't necessarily require dinner because we won't be here from 5 until whenever. So your suggestion is in the second meeting, the additional meeting, not to have a work session.
If there is a need for an additional work session, a viable need, then there's that latitude where we can have one. But to say annually from 5 to 9 every second or fourth Thursday is kind of beating a dead horse. I think we can just say, hey, we're going to meet from 6 to 8, and we be out of the meeting by 8. but it just have to mean that we have to be good stewards over our time.
I do want to ask the attorney for clarification because you mentioned the possibility of, one meeting having a work session and the other one we handle all our closed sessions and appeals and such. So can you think of a situation regarding our discipline policies where we would be out of compliance if we did all of the appeals, closed sessions and whatnot on the fourth Thursday of the month rather than the second, so that there's some balance there between the work session and the discipline hearings?
I don't believe there would be. There are certain time requirements on your appeals. However, most of those time requirements are triggered when your decisions must be made by.
Okay.
So not so much when the case has to be heard.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else have input about this? So far, Mr. Riddick suggested the fourth Thursday of the month, and that be a business-only meeting. Any other thoughts?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So I do have one question. So when we are doing the 2 meetings of the month, just to think of the workload for staff when it comes to presentations, will it be set based on the parameters that Mr. Riddick just suggested, that staff would only do presentations at one of the meetings and the other meeting would be all action items from the board?
That sounds like what I hear from him, but again, tonight we had new business that required presentations from your staff. So we're saying work session only once a month, but they may be required to present at the fourth Thursday of the month if there's a new business action item that requires them.
Madam Chair? Yeah, I just wanted to be clear on that because I do want to think about the team's ability to basically have presentations to be expected at both meetings. So if there's going to be situations where that does come up, I'm not saying it's going to be all the time,
right,
that the board can consider having the majority of the presentations be done during one of the 2 meetings that month, so that they don't spend a lot of their workday preparing and doing presentations, since we're now having 2 a month.
I understand. And
Madam Chair?
Yes.
In that discussion, would it be possible, since our work sessions generally do have presentations associated with them, would it be possible to have staff presentations added at that time so they're not having to be here at 2 different board meetings? They can cover doing all the presentation to us during our work session time, and that way our second meeting is nothing but us conducting business.
Again, it's driven by the agenda and what the new business action items are. So, for instance, tonight we had to vote on the calendar. That wasn't a work session. That was a new business action item, and that required a staff presentation specifically during that point in the agenda. So I think that, we, Dr. Gordon, Mr. McGee, Ms. Gardner, and I can aim our efforts at organizing the agendas in such a way that we're concentrating the staff efforts on the original second Thursday of the month, but realizing there may be instances where they're required to engage with us on the overflow meeting. Okay. Does that make sense? Any other thoughts? Okay, so at this time, Attorney Waller, do we need a motion to select the dates and the location as we have done in the organizational meeting?
You need to at least select the date. And you can indicate for the location will be determined. Because I would imagine that location is going to be a little up in the air. Because more than likely you're going to perhaps be using a school. I don't know if you're going to be able to use council chambers or not.
I think the discussion was we'd likely be here, centrally located, and we do not have access to council chambers on the fourth Thursday. So the costs that I reviewed at the beginning came from Dr. Gordon. I think we were all focused, assuming we'd be here.
Well, if you know you're going to be here, If this is going to be your location, you can set the meeting time and the location now.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay. So Ms. Gardner and Dr. Gordon just both brought to my attention, what if the school has a function? So it may be advisable to put TBD. I just want to be as consistent as possible for the public, so they're not going somewhere different every month. All right, one second, Mr. Riddick.
If this school have a function, this school still centrally is located, and there are three other schools that are within 5 minutes from this location. So it's ideal. I believe, to be honest, I wish we could rotate and get out of just Kings Fork Middle and go have it at different others. That way it's convenient for those who live in Whaleyville, those who northern the end. You know, we used to go to Cherry. Mm-hmm. We briefly went to Booker T and JFK, but I mean, I think that's a small mountain hill for us to climb. You set the meeting location, we just go from there. But this is why it's a need that we look at possibly a building of our own where we can hold our own meetings as a board. Because some meetings you may not have a lot of people, like this meeting here now could have been held at CCAP in a multi-purpose room because it's not well attended.
Okay, so at this point, I need a motion from someone that includes the date. Is it sufficient to say the fourth Thursday of the month? So we don't need the actual dates in this motion. The date, the time, and the expected location, because we've had to, shift before and update the community when we've had to move to a different location.
Madam Chair, I
Yes,
move that the school board adopts meeting on the second and fourth Thursday of each month from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Location to be held at a SPS property. That way we're not tying our hands. At a SPS property or at the discretion of the chair.
Is there a second?
Hold on. My question is because one meeting is still going to be at City Council chambers, correct? The second Thursday of the month will be at City Council chambers. So the only one that would be at the schools would be the fourth.
Things could happen. That's why I said at the discretion of the chair. For an example, we're here tonight. And this is our normal meeting. So at a SPS location or at the discretion of the chair, because that's one of the duties assigned to you as chair, you can select the meeting location.
If I may, Attorney Waller, do we need a motion that reiterates what we do on the second Thursday of the month, or do we need specifically tonight to speak only to the fourth Thursday of the month?
Your meeting on the second Thursday of the month has already been set.
Right.
You set that as part of your organizational meeting.
So the motion tonight only needs to speak to the fourth Thursday of the month?
That's correct.
Date, time, location.
Okay, so I'll reinstate, strike the first motion because it wasn't second. I'll make the motion. I hereby move that the second meeting of the Suffolk City Public School Board be held on the fourth Thursday of the month from 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to be held at a property or facility owned or managed by Suffolk City Public Schools and or at the discretion of the school board chair.
I second.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion or input? It doesn't seem to be, so let's vote.
Board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board member Fields?
Yes.
Board member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board member Riddick?
Yes.
Board member Slingleff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. The final item under new business is bills and payroll. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the bills and payroll.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve bills and payroll. Is there any discussion? There being none, we are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Slinglove?
No.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We're moving on now to the non-agenda public speaker section of our agenda. And it looks like we have one agenda speaker. Is that correct, Ms. Gardner?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. McKinney? Yeah.
Did you want me to read the?
Yes, I do. He's just making his way down.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insult and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling or similar demonstration that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our speaker is Mr. Travis McKinney, who will be speaking about policies, procedures, and everything else.
Good evening. I got a clock over here or something I can look at, monitor my time with? Anybody have a clock? Yes, no, no. All right. You got to give me like a 30-second thump or something like that. Let me know when I'm about to get close, please. All right, so good evening. I am, for brevity's sake, I am your vice chair for your safety audit committee. And as the vice chair, this is the only statement that I will make representing SAME. Y'all have volunteers out there not attending the safety audit team. There's only been 2. Where we've had our 3rd session, we've had 2 people attend. I would ask that you board members reach out to your volunteers and ask the best of time or ask them to remove themselves from the board and find replacements. You know, safety is a serious issue. If you don't have a volunteer that doesn't have the time to come out for safety, in my preference, I just assume just take them off the list and find somebody else. That's the only thing I'm going to state as a vice chair. Everything else is my opinion and not related. Issues of safety that I think are immediate and that I would like to see addressed are some policies. Last year I talked to you about a sexual harassment policy. I gave you a metrics in a PDF format. I will email that out to each board member and the superintendent. I wish that you would take a serious look at sexual harassment and the mitigation strategies that this metrics proposes and how to help reduce potential harm to children. The second thing that I want to talk about is the fact that the Suffolk school system doesn't have a whistleblower policy. If you see something, say something. What if you say something wrong and it gets you terminated? If you want people to come forward with information that could jeopardize people's safety, then you need a whistleblower policy. And I'll tell you for a fact that I know that the fact that you do not have a whistleblower policy is the reason why some of the people I talk to don't come forth with information that they have. You need to take a look at adopting a whistleblower policy for the safety of your students, your staff, and for other issues. I have in hand a FOIA response that has the superintendent directing his IT department to pull emails from school board members. And I have a curiosity as to where the policy on that is, where the authorities are on that is, and I'm thinking maybe you need to look at your ethics to that as well. Because in my opinion, your school board, your superintendent may have the run of the school, but he doesn't have run of information. For that, he should submit a FOIA request if he wants to see what your emails are about. Maybe you might want to take him and have a conversation about why he's asking for your emails, but not asking your permission for those. Your FOIA, I'd like to see your FOIA officer come out and start making presentations as well as everybody else's. You have a lot of problems going on in the background with people putting in FOIAs, the costs, the runs, the time of responses. I think that your FOIA officer should have a presentation to the board. This is how many FOIA requests I've received. This is the nature of the FOIAs. These are the responses, and these are the costs to those. The board needs to put a little bit of oversight to the FOIA that's going on. It's been ridiculous for the last 3 years, and it still continues to this day. The cost of some of the FOIA estimates I've seen out there for the information that's being requested is absolutely ridiculous. Your FOIA counselor of Virginia is involved with some of the people that I've talked to. You might be hearing from them as well. But as oversight, that's what you are, maybe you need to take a look at your FOIA process, because that is something that is near and dear and severe. It's all been about control for the last couple of years. There's been four board members that have done nothing but dictate, loctate, and lock down the message. Control the message, control the power. And that's all I've seen for the last couple of years. Control the message, control the power. Information is power. Somebody diving into your emails is looking for information. That's a control, looking for power, right? When we start talking about how we're going to control things, this poor clerk here has to read a 4.5-minute litany every time somebody wants to come up and speak. That thing is ridiculous. It absolutely is silliness. You're trying to control the message of the public. You try to lock the public out by putting everything online and saying, hey, we want a no less than 25-word dissertation as to what do you want to talk about. Now, that's silliness. You're trying to control the public's response. You're trying to control the public's access by putting it online. Earlier, I heard this thing where teachers don't have the ability to go on the line to work from home. What makes you think everybody in the public has that ability to go online and make a request and fill out a 25-word dissertation plus to explain to you why they want to spend 5 minutes of their life to come up here and talk to you? You know, the whole dog and pony show of the good news thing, I'll tell you straight up, there are parents who did not like that. They did not like having to bring their children out here at night to sing for you. They thought it was a parade, and I agree with them. The good news, the agenda is exactly where it needs to be, because your problem has been time management, which Mr. Riddick has pointed out, and earlier you talked about time management. You guys figure out your time management, get your calendar straight and everything else like that, but when it comes down to the good news report, parents hated it. And I know for a fact that children hated it. I can't think of one child that came up to me after and said, you know, I am so glad that I spent 3 hours of my life singing in front of the public school board on a Wednesday night. You all have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney. You have a good evening. Moving on to the next section, it's our reports by the superintendent.
I want to call to the podium our Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Antoinette Dickens, to provide the good news report, which will include SPS music students performs on the Sounds of Season holiday, as well as the participation in the 2024 holiday parade. We had a special guest with Barton Ford visiting one of our students in CCAP. One of our students also, as a part of that, complete the Forward ACE training. Our CPPA students score music videos produced by SPS Communication, of course, our high school athletic highlights, and a grant that was received by the SPS Science Department. Then I will conclude with the calendar of events. Ms. Dickens?
All right, good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, of course, members of the board, and those who are still tuned in with us this evening. We love to highlight and showcase our students who have received well-deserved exposure and recognition in and around the city of Suffolk. We're thrilled to showcase the incredible talent of our music students in this year's Sound of the Season broadcast that aired last Christmas, or this past Christmas. Their hard work and passion were on full display, bringing joy to the community during this festive time of year. And as you can see on the slide, the list of schools who were featured. Our Suffolk Public Schools high school marching bands also showcased their talent and dedication, dominating the awards for Best School Band in the 2024 Holiday Parade. A huge applause goes to Kings Fork High School for taking first place, closely followed behind by Nansemond River, who received second place, and Lakeland High School, who received third place recognition. So we do want to shout out our band directors, Mr. Bradley, Mr. Woodis, and Mr. Wilson, for their tireless efforts, and to the students who truly shined, embodying the spirit of Suffolk Public Schools in their respective communities. During the event known as Ford Day, Barton Ford Suffolk visited students in the automotive program at the College and Career Academy at Pruden to show exciting job opportunities and inspire the next generation of automotive professionals. During the visit, students had the chance to hear directly from CCAP graduates who are now thriving as a part of the Barton Ford team. The alumni shared their career journeys, offering students a first-hand look at how the skills and knowledge that they gain in the program can translate into rewarding careers. Their success stories do serve as a testament to the value of the education and training provided at the CCAP and CTE programs within our school system. The highlight of the day for this particular event was the recognition of student Landon Rosenthal, who attends Kings Fork High School. He is also in the automotive program, and he made history as only the second high school student in Virginia to complete the Ford Automotive Career Exploration, or what's called the ACE training. To commemorate this milestone, Landon received his official Ford work shirt for his first day, which is a proud symbol of his achievement and dedication in the field. And so we thank his family for showing up and supporting and being engaged with our school system, the CCAP staff, and of course, Mr. Nemeth, the program teacher, for his commitment and dedication to his students. I am thrilled and excited to highlight an exciting collaboration between the SIPA, the Center for Performing and Production Arts students, and our Communications and Community Engagement team. Through this partnership, our students were able to score original music for videos produced by our SPS Communications team, which allowed the students to blend their creativity with real-world projects. This initiative not only elevates and brings a different new element to the quality of the videos that we produce, but it also gives the students hands-on experience in music production and media collaboration. This work allows students to build their professional portfolios, develop practical skills, and gain exposure to career opportunities in music, film, and media. And so we thank Mr. Rothschild for allowing his students to work with us, specifically working with our digital media specialist, Mr. Terrence Chirac, to bring this vision and idea to fruition for the betterment of our students and their educational experiences. In our athletic highlights, we want to recognize the students from Kings Fork High School who were selected as members of the Class 5 All-State Football Team, Mr. Javon Ford II and Mr. Justin Irby. Also, both our Kings Fork girls basketball and boys basketball teams won their Christmas tournaments. The girls participated in the Boo Williams Christmas Tournament Silver Bracket Challenge, and the boys participated in the in a Christmas tournament. But I don't have the name of the Christmas tournament, but they did win, so that's what's most important. The golf teams at all three of our high schools, Nansemond River, Kings Fork, and Lakeland, have been awarded a generous contribution of $2,000 from the Suffolk Foundation through what's called the Suffolk Recreational and Charitable Association Fund. These funds are designed to support the needs such as equipment, uniforms, green fees, and transportation to games and other essential expenses. It will help ensure that our student athletes have the resources that they need to excel both on and off the golf course. And so we thank them for their engagement and support of youth athletics in enriching the lives of our students. Their contributions not only enhance the golf programs, but it also inspires our student athletes to develop teamwork and discipline and truly have a love for the game of golf. Also, we have been awarded a second grant from the Suffolk Foundation for $2,700 through their Community Action Coalition of Virginia Fund to support what's called the Meaningful Watershed Educational Experience, which is a project at both Kings Fork and Nansemond River High Schools. The project is designed to engage high school environmental science students in an innovative program that enhances their understanding of water conservation and its impact on freshwater availability. Students will conduct school-wide water audits, they will analyze their data, and they develop actionable recommendations to improve water management practices. The project aligns with the new graduation requirement for service learning. Students are able to apply their findings to real-world solutions and create their own service learning project. Their success is measured by their student engagement, their quality of the reports, and surveys assessing their actual understanding of water conservation. So we express our gratitude to the Suffolk Education Foundation and the Community Coalition for supporting such an impactful initiative that fosters environmental stewardship and civic responsibility for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickens. As a reminder to the board for our calendar of special events, this month is Mentoring Month. This week is very important as we celebrated our principals today at our leadership meeting. This is Virginia School Principal Appreciation Week, January 14th to the 20th. I want to thank all 21 of our principals for all of your hard work and dedication. Tonight was also our first of two STEM Academy promotional nights. This is mainly for the Booker T families. As a reminder, on Monday, Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, a day of service. No school for students and staff. The end of the second 9 weeks is next week on the 22nd. This is why we have 2 clerical and professional development days. There's no school for students on the 23rd and 24th. The following Monday on January 27th was when the second semester begins. And then we transition to the month of February, which is School Board Appreciation Month, CTE Month, African American History Month, American Heart Month. Our midway semester parent-teacher conference, or early release for students, is on February 6th. Gives an opportunity to review report cards from the first semester. National Wear Red Day for Heart Disease Awareness is the next day on February 7th, which is also our 100th day of school. National School Counseling Week. I want to thank all of our counselors right now for all of your hard work, dedication, and the ability to support both our students and staff, which is February 3rd through the 7th. And our next school board meeting at Suffolk City Council Chambers on February 13th. I also, Madam Chair, just want to say a couple of things. I want to give a big thank you to the expertise, knowledge of our 21 principals, 21 bookkeepers, and the entire budget and finance team for another perfect audit for Suffolk Public Schools with no comments. I think that is outstanding. It shows that our processes work. Also, on a more personal note, I was recently received a letter from the Virginia Tech School of Education. I will be recognized in the month of April for the Distinguished Educator Award. I'm in the inaugural class for 2025, being recognized by the College of Education, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, Ms. Howell, but go Hokies. And lastly, just on a more personal note, I shared with Ms. Howell and a few others, I want to give a special shout out to the family of Aaron Cuffey and Ryan Dickerson. I lost two of my basketball teammates in one day yesterday. Gone way too soon. Want to make sure that all of our men out there, please get your checks. And strokes affect every age. So I just wanted to be able to thank the board for allowing me to be able to share that, because I promised my close friends and their families I was going to give them a public shout out, just for everyone to keep the families of Aaron Cuffey and Ryan Dickerson in their thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. At this time, we're going to hear business from board members, and I'm just going to keep it simple, working from my right to my left, excluding Mr. McGee. Will go right after Ms. Jenkins. So, Board Member Slingluff.
Thank you. Well, I would like to just start out and thank, top off what Dr. Gordon said, and thank all of our principals in the schools. We are very grateful for your leadership and for committing yourself to not only to the teachers and the administrative staff within your schools, but most importantly to the students and the families that you represent. So thank you very much for the thankless hours that you put in and your dedication. I'm very grateful, and I know that the rest of the board is as well. I would also like to take a moment to thank the citizen advisory committees, all of the members of our community who serve in those capacities. I want to thank you, particularly, as we've heard, it is a time sacrifice, and you give of yourself and take time away from your family to give to Suffolk Public Schools. So I want to thank you for doing that, and encourage those who have been hit or miss at times to engage, because our community is better for it when you do participate and commit to that. So I also want to thank my board members and Dr. Gordon and his staff for listening to my requests this evening and for supporting them. My desire is to enter the budget season as well prepared as possible. Each year I learn a little bit more about the school system and the budget, and feel more confident and more informed, and I think that's the best way to approach the budget season. So I'm very grateful for the information that is being afforded to the board. So with that, I'll say thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. Board Member Riddick.
First and foremost, I want to also say thank you to the citizens and constituents who reside in the historic Suffolk Borough. Thank you for your continued support. I've had several communications with different community stakeholder groups that reside in my borough regarding with the two proposed options, as well as just gaining some budget information that they had questions on, or programs they would like to see. It's been very fruitful. Super excited to see one of my mentees being recognized for the All-Star football program. That's outstanding. Being here tonight as we pay honor to our principals is very important to me. It was in this building a decade or so ago that I was here as a student, and I came across the path of Mr. Talmadge Darton, Mr. Harvey Bullock, and Mrs. Shirley Simpkins. And those administrators were tough on us, but they showed us how much they cared about us, and it made a major impact in the lives of many of us Jaguars who matriculated through these hallways. I want to say thank you to my colleagues on the Suffolk City School Board for tonight's fruitful meeting. There was a lot of great discussion and dialogue from board member to board member with respect, staff members working hand in hand with the board. Thank you to Dr. Gordon and your team, Ms. Forsman, for coming up and always having insightful information to share with us. Thank you once again to Dr. Avery and Dr. Gordon for making the associate teacher program happen. That has been the highlight of my night, the associate teacher program, and I'm so excited to see that get on the run. I would say I would like for us to even look at the option. I know this may be down the road, but I would like for us to look at the option of the possibility of us doing an employee credit union, whether it's in partnership with us and the city of Suffolk, or maybe a Region 2 partnership, if that can be done, where we can offer more incentives and affordable rates to our employees. I think that would be a step in the right direction to help our employees out as much as possible. Just thank you to all of the stakeholders who engaged on both social media platforms when we were polling and asking about which option. It was great with the feedback that I received from teachers, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, parents. I even had some students chime in. It's just rewarding. It's a great honor to serve you all and have you all reach out and trust me with your opinions and your voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Brittingham.
So I want to start by thanking the teachers throughout the division. I know you've come back from Christmas break and you've hit the ground running. Lots of work happening in the classroom. Lots of students in the high school right now that are getting ready for SOLs. And so just know that you have board members up here that are keeping you in prayer, because this is definitely a time of the year that can be challenging. Students, you know, it was great to be on Christmas vacation, but we're back and hit the ground running, and you know, do the best you can in your classwork so that you can finish out the school year well. As you can tell from our discussions tonight, we are getting ready to be in full swing of our budget season. A lot of the discussions that we had tonight had to do with that, surrounded that. And so just know that we are seeking to be good stewards over the resources and to be able to take governance and be effective in what we're doing up here. I do want to thank my fellow board members for the open and constructive conversations that we had tonight, and for your desire to do the business of the board so that the business of the school division can be done as well. I've had the pleasure this past week to go to both the SEAC committee meeting yesterday, and then prior to that I was at the safety audit committee meeting. I'm grateful for the citizens that are currently appointed and sitting on those committees, and for the work that they're doing, and for all of the citizens that have been appointing to our citizen committee. Just know that we are working to make those effective. They are citizen committees, and we want our citizens to be engaged with us. We want you to sit on these committees and report back to us the things that you are hearing in the community and the schools, so that we can be more effective as board members. So we do thank you for that. And with that, I will say good night.
Thank you. Ms. Fields?
I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the members, to my constituents in the Nansemond Borough. I never got a chance to say thank you for voting for me to serve on the school board. So I would like to say thank you to the constituents in Burbage Grant College Park, Huntersville, and Pewsville. Even those who did not vote for me, I do plan to be the representative for you as well, and hopefully express your interest at this meeting as well. Representing you on the school board is my high honor, and I intend to do it well. But I do have to master a learning curve here. There is, from what I'm understanding and from what I'm seeing, and from the dialogue tonight on the school board with all of these distinguished school board members, I'm learning that there is a lot that I have to, it's a sharp curve. but I'm up for the challenge. To date, I've already attended a conference, a Virginia School Board Association conference, a couple of days in Williamsburg, and that was very, very informative. And I have plans to attend a second conference, Capital Conference in Richmond at the end of this month. My short-term objectives are to establish a positive collaborative relationship with this board, first of all. Next, to attend civic league meetings and establish a forum so that the Nansemond Borough, so that my constituents in the Nansemond Borough can have face-to-face exchanges with me. So please don't feel like I'm not available. I am available to you. And my another immediate objective is to continue to attend trainings and network in ways that will help me to be more informed about the board. It's truly my heartfelt desire to serve the educational needs of students of Suffolk Public Schools, and it's my earnest belief that your child, that all students should be served well by Suffolk Public Schools. I look forward to working with you, ensuring that the system works for you and your child. And again, thank you very much for your confidence, for your votes, and I look forward to the task ahead.
Thank you. Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank everyone for coming out, our staff and those who spoke and just those in the community. Thank you, staff, for all your hard work that you do every single day. And I just want to say that it is my hope that this new year brings new things, new collaborations, and fellowship with the board, that we may not agree on everything, but the one thing that we can agree on is what's best for our students and looking out for our staff. That's what we should agree on. And I just hope that everyone have a safe night. Good night.
Thank you. Vice Chair McGee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. I want to take this moment to sincerely thank all the citizens of Whaleville Borough who voted for me and helped me to get elected. I am truly honored to serve on the Suffolk School Board as a Whaleville representative. To the citizens and parents in the Booker T. Washington, Saratoga, and Hollywood neighborhoods of Whaleville, I want to emphasize that you have a seat at the table, and I will ensure that your children receive the same education and extracurricular opportunities as other kids throughout Suffolk. I would also like to extend a special thanks to board members Riddick, Brittingham, and Slingluff for standing beside me and supporting me in serving as the vice chair of the board. I hope to meet and exceed your expectations as a leader. To all board members, I am thankful and look forward to serving beside you all. To all the parents of SPS children and citizens of Suffolk, even though I might be new to the board, my resume is filled with leadership experience. I promise to serve in this role with dignity, honor, and transparency. For those who may not know, I have 5 children who all attend Suffolk Public Schools, spanning elementary, middle, and high school. My wife, Heather, is a teacher at Lakeland High with 18 years of teaching experience. This gives me firsthand knowledge of many of the good things and challenges we face as a school division. I truly believe I will be an asset to this board in our community with real skin in the game. One of the key things I promise to bring to this board as a leader is transparency for the citizens of Suffolk. You're the ones who we work for as board members, and the decisions we make must have your support. I believe the public should have access to as much information as possible about the issues and challenges we face as a school district, as long as the law allows. This includes being 100% transparent about how and where your tax dollars are being spent. During my first meeting with the superintendent, I emphasized the importance of changing some of the negative narratives of Suffolk Public Schools. My goal is to work with my fellow board members and the superintendent to make SPS some of the best schools in Virginia. One perception
I want to change is that when problems arise and are brought to the school board or the superintendent's office, nothing will be done to address them and no one will be held accountable. I promise you that will change with me. I encourage you to bring your concerns, problems before this board. It is our duty as an elected oversight body to ensure we hold our SPS leaders accountable. As a board, we will accept nothing short of excellence. Our kids deserve the very best we can give them. To all Suffolk Public School educators, you are the backbone of our schools. I want you to know that you have a friend on the school board, someone who truly cares about your needs and concerns. I promise to advocate for initiatives that benefit you. You have the hardest job of anyone employed by SPS. Since being elected, numerous teachers have reached out to me sharing great ideas, suggestions, and concerns. Please keep them coming. I welcome them. I also promise to keep your identity protected when you share anything with me. We as a board cannot fix issues if we do not know what they are. Just because something has been done the same way for years doesn't mean we must continue doing it that way. I'm 100% open to change. What I ask from you is this: if you bring a problem to me, also offer a solution on how we can do things better. I will fight to increase your pay and benefits. I want you to feel supported and know that you are valued and viewed as the professionals you are. Lastly, I want to take this time to give a shout out to all our school principals since this week has been declared by Governor Youngkin as their Appreciation Week. Thank you for all you do as leaders for our schools and our kids. I want to say a special thank you to all the principals who lead schools in the Whaleville Borough. Thank you to Mrs. Brock at Booker T. Washington, Dr. Lee at Kilby Shores, Mrs. Mooney at Southwestern, Ms. Preston at Forest Glen, Mrs. Woods at John F. Kennedy, Mrs. White at Lakeland, and Mr. Bynum at Turlington Woods. I hope everyone has a great night and God bless.
Thank you. My comments are fairly brief since I usually use this time to talk about what I've done as your school board representative, and with it having been the bulk of the holiday break, I haven't participated in any conferences, trainings, or any school functions because most of us have been at rest. I do want to invoke the spirit of Miss Byram tonight and say ditto to everything that you all said, and thanks for our principals and all of our staff that were recognized tonight. I want to take a few minutes to call your attention to some events coming up in the Sleepy Hole Borough. The Florence Bowser PTA had their meeting tonight. Their next meeting won't be until April 8th, I believe, but they are planning a February bingo night to be determined, so stay tuned to the Florence Bowser PTA page. That's always a fun opportunity to raise funds for the PTA and get involved with your community. The Northern Shores PTA is having a talent show on February 11th, and Kirsten O'Neill brought to my attention that Virginia PTA Capital Day is January 23rd, 2025, and that's an opportunity for PTA members to visit the Capitol in Richmond and speak to our state legislators about issues of importance to us in public education. You do have to register for the event, and I believe you can find that information on the Northern Shores Elementary School PTA page if you're on Facebook. Creekside PTA is having a spirit night at Texas Roadhouse on February 10th, and they are selling Chick-fil-A chocolate chip cookie Valentines. So if your child is at Creekside and you'd like for them to receive a Valentine, you have to get your order in by February 11th, and they'll be delivered on Friday, February 14th, which is Valentine's Day. If there are any events or activities going on at Nansemond Parkway, John Yates, and Nansemond River, I welcome that information as well. And finally, I will be attending the Capitol Conference on January 27th virtually this year. In the meantime, I would offer thanks to my fellow board members for a fruitful conversation, to Dr. Gordon for his collaboration efforts, especially with Vice Chair McGee and I this month as we've launched a new season of board business. A thank you to my family for committing to another 4 years with me and grinding it out with me. Again, I don't just serve in this role alone. I have quite the tribe that holds my arms up when I can't do it alone. So I am thankful for them, as well as all of our SPS staff. Dr. Whiting for the meatloaf. Your secret is safe with me. And for the rest of you all, have a good evening, be safe, and we will see you in February. At this time, there are only information items. On the remainder of the agenda, I would call your attention to, board members. And with no further business, this meeting is adjourned.